Today, regular meeting, Tuesday, July 7th. Going to call to order, and it's close enough to 10. Supervisor Klein, Supervisor Christensen, Supervisor Humphrey are all present here today. And our invocation will be by Mr. Roy Sandoval. And Randy, would you mind leading us in the pledge?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Father, we're thankful to be here today. We're reminded this last weekend of how fortunate we are, how blessed we are with grace, that for 250 years we're able to self-govern. We're able to speak our mind. We're able to pray. We're able to congregate. Lord, it's a fragile grace that you've given us. We never want to forget about that. Pray today during this meeting, Lord. Self-governing is difficult. I pray that your hand would be on each of the decision makers and each of the constituents here today that have interest. Be filled with grace for one another in our speech. Be filled with wisdom in decisions. And be mindful always of how precious a gift that we've been given, bestowed by your hand. So with that, we thank you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Okay, we will start out on 2A, presentation on the activities of the County Supervisors Association by Craig Sullivan, CSA, Executive Director, including a discussion of recent legislative actions. Craig and all, thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Humphrey, and also Vice Chair, also distinguished members, Board of Supervisors here in Gila County. For the record, my name is Alton Joe Shepard. I am a County Board Supervisor in Apache County, representing District 2, and I have the honor of serving as this year's president for our associations here in Arizona County Supervisor Association. I wanted to be here to thank you personally for your involvement with CSA. Your partnership and your organization makes CSA an effective collaboration. I'm very grateful for the board's voice at our association. I would also like to thank Supervisor Christensen for your service as a member on the association's LPC. It means a lot to all of us to have these gatherings and discussions on policies that we see that impacts us here locally. And so I just wanted to say thank you. Joining me today here, we have our CSA team, Craig, Jacob, and Caitlin. As you know, we are here to brief you on regarding issues with CSA that they worked on this past year. But before I do that, I wanted to put a plug in for our upcoming CSA Summit, which is the most important meeting that we would have as CSA, and that's going to be October 6th through the 8th, and that's going to be located in Flagstaff, Arizona, hosted by Coconino County. As you know, again, with your permission, Mr. Chair, it's always an honor to be here before the different boards of meeting, Board of Supervisors meeting with constituents, investing some a little bit into their economy with, enjoying an evening yesterday to be here for today's meeting. So again, I just want to say thank you for all of your leadership. That's one of the things that I spoke about when I took on this position, was connecting the ship. So that's one of our missions, and for my mission is to go through all of our 15 counties Board of Supervisors meet this summer. So we're halfway there, I think. So I just want to say thank you. Many miles to travel, but there's a lot of scenic routes that we can do, and it allows me to jump out and grab my fishing pole for a little bit just to enjoy myself for an hour. So again, thank you, Board of Supervisors, for all that you do, and I'll turn the time over to Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, I'm Craig Sullivan. I really appreciate this opportunity to stand before you today, talk a little bit about the activities of the association. And I wanted to extend my gratitude as well to President Shepard for making the trek to participate here as well. Just as we get going, I did provide you all with a fair amount of content, a memo, an annual report, a portfolio, some select activities. What you have before you is the report on our activities from the last year, as well as a handout that we provided on some basic activities that we've done over time that I think are pretty interesting and valuable and show a lot of the good work that the collaborations brought together. I want to begin, though, by echoing what Mr. Shepard said. We are very grateful for the partnership of this county with the other counties in this association. We value our role as a hub to support you. We believe we're on Team Gila County and every other county in the state. We're proud to do it. And so thank you for your service with us to help guide our association. And I also want to extend my appreciation to your professional staff. Mr. O'Driscoll has been plugged in with us for some time, providing legislative support on reviewing bills that come into the process. And that's critical to what we do and how we represent you all when we are at the Capitol. And so thank you for your role reviewing those bills and turning it around. I know it's just extra duty on your part as well and your team's part, but it's very important to what we do. In terms of breaking down this slide deck, let me begin a little bit with just a conversation about what the association is. The County Supervisors Association is a collaboration of 15 counties. As you know, all 61 supervisors serve on our board. And what we're designed to do is to build capacity to support every county in the state with research, information, best practices, and intergovernmental activity. So that's what we're about. It's capacity that counties aren't able to develop individually, but by coming together, we can support everybody from Greenlee County through Gila County and up to Maricopa County. And so that's what the association's all about, and we're trying to promote good government just like all of you are here in your county. And as we go through this, you'll see some of where we spend our time. We are a connector, and so you know that we hold a lot of meetings, and the purpose of that is to bring county officials and professional staff together to meet with legislators, agency heads, policymakers, to share information. So we are a hub that occurs across all the 15 counties. We also are connecting with work groups that happen at the Capitol that affect your business. Things like the PSPRS Advisory Committee, PSPRS Board of Trustees, which is an ongoing activity. Other things that are situational, like the Energy Task Force that emerged, or the Municipal Timeframes Committee that's emerged. We deploy our team to make sure that Gila County and the other counties have a seat at that table. Most notably, what we're focused on is our engagement with the PSPRS Board of Trustees. And why is that? You know that several years ago, we set a strategic objective to control the costs of this system. We participated in reforming the pension systems that were getting too costly to the taxpayer. Those were reformed, and then it became about how to manage the debt. And so you've taken actions, other counties have taken actions. We have facilitated strategies for the counties to deploy. Now what we're doing is making sure that we don't backslide on that. And some of that is about influencing the decisions made at the Board of Trustees level and influencing decisions at the state capitol. And some of the materials I gave you as a supplemental walk through how that work has been materially better for the taxpayers on both the PSPRS system and the closed-ended elected officials retirement plan. We build information. We really believe that at the foundation is good information. And so what our team does is build content that is deployed in many ways. What undergirds that is a database that is growing exponentially, where under the leadership of Vanessa Fielder on our team, we are pulling in all manner of publicly available data that is relevant to county decision making, and then we're developing products associated with that. So what do those look like? We have built on our website what we call county data tools. There are 7 currently. These are everything from the county encyclopedia to the revenue dashboard, to probation dashboard, and county profiles. This is where you, your professional staff, and your constituents are able to access all this information. They can look at tax rates across the counties. They can look at different structures of governance. They can look at revenue projections or actual revenues that have been collected. So that's information where we're trying to empower decision-making at the local level as well as at the state level. That information also feeds into content that we develop. Some of that content is just explainers. So we try to develop explainers on technical policy areas that folks struggle with. The expenditure limits, the property tax system, transportation, special districts, the long-term care system. We're building out easy to understand explainers that are on the website that help educate legislators, but also help educate folks here locally. And we're having a lot of fun doing that in a lot of different ways. We also use that data to provide information for legislators. And so what I put on here were some examples of some briefs that we used to text out visualizations and analysis and other content to legislators that were making decisions that affected you on things like PSPRS expansions, tax and fee moratoria, and then proposed budget cuts. And we did that because lawmakers are under a ton of pressure, as you know. And so just cutting through the noise and getting them good scannable information where they can see what the world looks like as it relates to Gila County and others helps make better decisions. So that's how we connect the data side of it with both our external education as well as with our legislative advocacy. I also put on the right here, Mr. Chairman, some work we're doing on building capacity with the state's universities. We're a small shop, but we want to be a very robust research organization. So what we've been doing is working with the Arizona Board of Regents to secure grants to look into key studies into key areas. Over the last couple of years, we worked on workforce challenges, workforce development type inquiries, largely into law enforcement. And now we're doing work into procurement. And going forward, we'll build out additional studies that we're cooking up, some of which will be into transportation. So the whole idea is to bring the capacity of the university system to supplement what we're doing to bring more information to the table. So we're very proud of how we're building out the research piece and how we're seeking to tell the story. And as we go forward, we want to add capacity to tell the local story, whether it's things like the Pleasant Valley Retreat Center up in Young or the blight issues that you're dealing with here. We want to get that information out visually and audibly to policymakers so they can see both the good work that we're doing as well as things that need to be addressed. So that in a nutshell is kind of the analytical side of the business that we're developing and the research capacity. And we're really pleased with how that's going. Now I want to talk a little bit about the intergovernmental side because this is what we talk a lot about. And Mr. Christensen, you served on our Legislative Policy Committee. Thank you. That's every Friday morning for a good period of time. Extra duty, I know. But it matters a ton for us to get your input. So we appreciate that. And what's that all about? There are hundreds of bills that affect county operations and county resources, and lawmakers struggle to know what to do with them. And so what we use with our Legislative Policy Committee is to get guidance on how to engage. We review all the bills in the legislative process, we triage them, get feedback from your professional staff, and then we take them to our supervisors for guidance. And we're nonpartisan, supermajority vote. It's a very high threshold because we want to make sure we're in the county lane. We're not playing, moving in partisan wins. What you see on the right is a lot of the throughput as it related to the LPC. So we processed and made decisions on 63 bills. 18 were favorably amended and 34 were defeated. We did an enormous number of outreach with lawmakers. That was Caitlin and Jacob, just spending the shoe leather going across the street to meet directly with legislators. And that doesn't include the texts and emails and hallway conversations. But we want to be present with lawmakers to share the local county story. And our team testified before committee 49 times this year. So it's very present, very engaged, and it's very supervisor directed. We did have a remarkable year this year in terms of bills that came in. There were more than 2,000 bills introduced. That was the most we've ever seen. Thankfully, we did not see the most ever seen bills enacted into law. So the process worked at winnowing down a lot of issues. New bills are effective on September 12th. And so what we're going through now is a lot of the implementation on that. And I'll talk a little bit about that when I get to the end. We did see 10 ballot referrals that are now referred to the ballot. 3 went last year, 7 went this year. So these are ballot questions that the citizens are going to be asked. And I provided a list of those in your packet as well. So as we begin on this, I want to provide a little bit of context because counties are downhill of the state budget. And so it's important to know what they were dealing with. First off, we knew that the legislative priority was going to be what's called tax conformity. This was adjusting to the federal tax reductions that occurred in H.R. 1 or the Big Beautiful Bill. That was going to cost the state about $1.3 billion. And we knew that that would be difficult for them to manage to without finding monies in other pots. They're welcome to do that in state government. We want to protect your resources. And that's definitely what we had to spend our time on. And we'll talk a little bit about that in a moment. But the driving priority of the tax conformity really hit the larger legislative context and made it really about preserving resources and limited one-time allocations. This also shows kind of the spreadsheet on what their budget looks like. And this is important to you because we always have to monitor where they're going. And if you look in fiscal year 2028, they are estimating a $24 million ending balance on an $18 billion budget. So that's landing a jet on a postage stamp, right? Small swings in either direction will put the state into deficit or into the plus. So we're rooting for the economy to continue to grow. What's important is the state does still have a $1.7 billion rainy day fund. And so they're in a good spot there. This is a list of some of the county priorities. And I mentioned that we were concerned about how it may impact you. One of the early budget iterations cut and eliminated some resources that would come to Gila County and all of the other counties. So we made it our priority to secure those items. Had that proposal been effective, it would have affected Gila County to the tune of $850,000 over the next 3-year window. And what were these items? They were the state not funding probation and shifting that cost to the counties. It was the state cutting key pass-through items that you count on, including the core employer contribution increase. Your lawmakers and the governor worked together to protect this. So in the end, rural lawmakers and the governor really shored this up. And of course, leadership on both sides supported that. But I wanted to educate a little bit on what these county pass-throughs are, because a lot of lawmakers didn't realize they were getting rolled up until we saw it was happening and told them. So what are these items? The state legislature passes a lot of laws, and it often costs your taxpayers money here locally. The state's not doing it at the state level, they're causing you to do it. So what we do when we see that start to be pronounced is we will go back and ask for assistance to mitigate the damage. So we did that on basic state aid for mandates to the tune of $550,000. We did it for juvenile dependency proceedings or for elected officials' retirement plan reductions so that didn't fall on your taxpayers and other things. Those were all caught up, but they were key items that your taxpayers deserve the relief. And ultimately lawmakers saw that, and so that worked out very well. No impacts to Gila County related to it. We also worked on a policy item related to the opioid settlement money. You all are bound by the constitutional expenditure limit, just like several other counties. So what we advocated for was to relieve you all of penalties associated with spending opioid settlement money if you exceed your expenditure limit. So what's that mean? If you spend $1 on opioid money and the Auditor General says you're $1 over your expenditure limit, then that is not penalized. That's what that's all about. So that's what we worked on to get that temporary relief for a year. We'll have to go back to get it on an ongoing basis. I mentioned earlier that we've been building out content to support local decision making. One of the most demanded packets that we have is our expenditure limit history and best practices kit. That's on our website, And counties are using that to have a conversation with their voters about rebasing their expenditure limits. And so if you all start looking at doing that, we're happy to be a resource in how counties are doing that. I also wanted to flag something here, county all tax contribution revisions. We spend a lot of time on trying to protect your interests as it relates to the long-term care system. And in the supplemental materials, I provided you a chart that shows what some work we've done protects Gila County taxpayers on the long-term care system. And it's been substantial over the last several years. What we saw this year was the way they were building out their model cost the counties $4 million that we thought was not a proper calculation. So our team engaged the governor's office, Joint Legislative Budget Committee, governor's budget folks, and legislative leadership to work through their model to revise it and save the counties about $4 million. The cost still went up a little bit, but it went up $4 million lower than they had planned on it, and that was about $70,000 to Gila County. So every year we check their math to see what this all kind of means to you all. So these are some other budget items that were put in there as well. A couple that I'll flag for you. They did do an adjustment to the Superior Court judges' salaries. And so that means that there'll be a small increase going forward on the county taxpayers as it relates to that. Our issue is not so much that the state wants to adjust Superior Court judges' salaries or JP salaries. It's that we think the state ought to bear the costs of that. And so we do want to have a conversation with them about how we cap your involvement in that. And that should be borne by the state. We were thrilled. I know this county was thrilled. It's a testament to the good work that you and your team did, as well as your contract consultants, to bring in the Gila County local flood aid, $10 million. It was one time. This was not a foregone conclusion in this budget for the reasons I shared with you, how tight things were. But it's really a good result to see that you all secured that. So kudos to you as great advocates in your community. And there were also resources that came down for the sheriff and coordinated reentry. This slide shows the bills that we take forward. So our team advanced several bills on behalf of the counties this year. 2 came from Gila County. Up in the upper right, Senate Bill 1067, that's abatement liens on county properties for cleaning up those properties. And then in the lower left, 2096, which has to do with cesspool remediation. So those were problems you all brought into our process, were endorsed by your colleagues. We were proud to work on them. Specifically, Jacob in the back row shepherded those through the process and did a great job. So we're always looking for ideas from you on how we can serve you, and we were pleased to get those across the finish line. It was a great team effort. The items on the right didn't get passed, and those were conversations about putting more money in emergency response. They weren't considered because they're ongoing budget items, and so they had issues associated with it. There was baseline emergency response provided, but not these new resources put in place. So a big part of what we do for every county is what we call reactive advocacy. So our team just reads everything, as I mentioned, sits in stakeholder meetings all session long, representing the county interest. It's got feedback from your professional staff. That's a service we provide all 15 counties so that you don't have to sit there, right? It's what our team does. These are the policy areas, and there's a lot of bills in here, but you can get the general sense of where the legislature was going. We saw a lot of conversations about local authority on planning and zoning, particularly as it relates to data centers, renewable energy, thermal energy, things like that. Our view has always been that the local input matters and that local processes are a good thing, because that's how you balance the larger needs for energy development, private property rights, and the needs of the community in a productive way. And so there were efforts to remove some of those local processes. Our board was directed us to oppose them. We did, and in the end, they were either defeated in the legislature or vetoed by the governor. We'll see those come back. And so what we are doing is trying to build out our knowledge base on how we develop best practices on dealing with these large planning and zoning problems, and how we build just capacity at the local level to navigate these types of things. So we'll be doing that over the fall. We did see efforts to undo pension reform. I told you at the beginning that we went through the whole thing, reformed it, paying off the debt. Now we're trying to protect the taxpayers as we go forward. In the end, the legislature did reject policies to undo pension reform. And we saw issues that we always see on public records response changes, redirections of gas taxes and things like that. So this is where we went in just chasing all number of bills that were in the process. There was an effort to expand short-term rental regulation. That did not move forward this year. These are all bills that passed, and so I wanted to have them separate from the bills that I showed you on the last slide. These are actual things that folks need to now implement. We are working on content to help folks do that. It won't surprise you on some of these things that came out. A couple things that I'd like to highlight. You may be familiar with the Title 48 districts, community facilities districts. These are for developers to build infrastructure and then assess the properties, the repayment of those bonds to build that infrastructure. It doesn't happen a lot in the counties, it happens a lot in the cities. But we are seeing that there was an effort this year to create that same model, but at the state level. So there'll be a bonding entity out of the state level that developers can work with. So that's important because that means the local process is kind of aggregated to that state agency. You'll still have planning and zoning roles. And so we want to monitor how this unfolds. This is sold under the banner of promoting affordable housing. It is a creative way to get at this. What it means, we don't know. And so in terms of actual efficacy and where it lands. So we're going to really monitor this. When you start hearing of projects like this in your area, we'll want to be apprised. And then in the middle part, under public comment, there was a small reform to how we do public notices. For years, you know, that with the contraction of the newspapers, no fault of their own, it's become difficult for us to notice things publicly. We can put it on our website, but we're still required to put it in the paper. And if they don't publish it on time, we got to stop, reschedule the meeting, do it all over again. That's been frustrating counties and cities across the state. This creates a modification that will streamline that process. We'll still have to notice through the newspapers, but once we email them the notice, we've met our obligation. We can proceed. So we do that by the deadline, we're done. If they don't publish it on time, we'll slap it on our website. We've met the elements of the law. So Senator Angus, who, as you know, was a former supervisor, shepherded that, and it was no easy task, but we appreciated her help. And I'll bounce here to the end. These are our end of session reports, and I mentioned that now that bills have been passed, we are focused on developing all our reports. Our new annual report will come out that talks about all our activities, our legislative summary and finance guide that helps your professional staff navigate all the bills that made it through the process. If your team is asking questions about a bill, we're happy to provide background. Jacob and I are fielding those questions regularly right now. Everyone's trying to sort out the session. Please let us know how we can support you in that capacity. So stand by for more reports. And then the last thing I wanted to hit on is just, we're doing it all again. And so Supervisor Shepherd mentioned getting together in Flagstaff to set our agenda for the next session. We welcome ideas that you all have for consideration. We are developing resolutions and other policy issues that we think we're all going to have to talk about. Things like indigent defense that's occurring out there in a study committee, sourcing of internet sales taxation, things like that. So the staff's working on some of those big picture items, and we'll bring those forward. But when you find problems in your county that you want to try to solve through our forum, we welcome it. Please bring it to us. Now, I know you all have a lot on your agenda, so I didn't spend a whole lot of time on the collateral handout. I'll go ahead and just end it there with my gratitude again for your involvement with us, and I'd be happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman and members, that you all may have.
Okay, Supervisor Klein.
Craig,
Yes, sir.
thank you for everything you guys do. I've been in this now for 10 years, and it's amazing what you and your staff accomplish and what you help us with. And, just looking at all the different issues, I don't know what we'd do without you guys. So I really appreciate everything. you know, one of the things that I want to bring out too is your involvement in the water issues
Yes, sir.
with the state. You've been on top of that and a part of that now for quite a while. And I really appreciate that. That's real important to us here in Gila County for sure.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
And you have an awesome staff. You do.
I appreciate that. They are. So,
Mm.
thank you for that. It's our pleasure.
Supervisor Christensen.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for coming and your staff. To piggyback on top of what Supervisor Klein just said, we talk about local control for power plants, data centers, all those decisions, which we should have local control. We have no local control over our water basin management.
That's right.
And so that is something I'd like to see develop better, because the state, their one-size-fits-all approach is not good for the smaller counties and places like that. So,
Point well taken. Yes, sir.
yeah, so I'd like to see that happen if it could ever even possibly happen.
Yeah, it's a huge issue. And, you know, I've been around water policy since the 90s, and it moves glacially. And there's a lot of gaps that need improvement, and you put your finger on it.
Wouldn't be such a problem if we had plenty of water.
That's
The
right.
problem is everything's just draining out right now. So there's going to be some hard times
Yes,
coming,
sir.
hard decisions.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were watching Mojave County yesterday, and they're talking a lot about the Colorado River up there, as you may know,
Yeah.
and it is dire. So, but thank you. We'll continue to monitor those issues.
Yeah,
Yes,
and
sir.
that's a whole other thing, that whole 7-state involvement or whatever it is, upper, lower, they can't agree on what they're doing at all. And Roosevelt Lake, I don't know if you drove by it today, but
Mr.
you
Shepherd
can almost
did.
see the bottom. Getting close.
Yeah, Mr. Shepherd, that was his report when he came back. It's
Yeah.
a big change.
It's getting low. So, yeah. Thank you.
sir.
Craig, just thank you very much. You know, all of us are only as good as our information. And you are unbelievable at the amount of information that you gather and share with the legislature and the supervisors. So thank you very,
It's
very
our pleasure.
much for helping us operate better as a team. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, proud to be on your team. Please let us know whenever we can be of assistance. And thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to 3A, public hearing. Information, discussion, action to adopt ordinance number 2026-02, which authorizes an amendment to the Gila County zoning map for unincorporated areas of Gila County, Arizona by changing the zoning from SARS parcel number 205-07-020X located in Globe, Arizona, identified as parcel A2 for record as survey ROS 6094, currently dual zoned commercial 3 district C3 and residential 1 district density 8 R1-D8 to designate the entire parcel as residential 1 district density 8 R1-D8. Good morning, Randy.
Morning, Chairman. So, what he said, but this subject property is identified as parcel 205-07-020X, is a recently created parcel from the minor land division of 205-07-020S. This is in the Globe area. This is basically right across the street, down a little from where the new Tri-City sewer plant is being constructed. In July of 1980, the council approved taking a swath of 400 feet and saying it's C3. Does not meet our master plan, and it makes it hard for him to be able to construct. This is basically 0.90 of an acre, and he would like to zone it to all R1 so that he can build his house and may possibly a ADU on there. So with that, I'd be more than happy to answer any questions.
Supervisor Klein.
Randy, I don't have any questions. Sounds good to me. Let him build his house.
Supervisor Christensen.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't have any questions. It's pretty easy to move something from commercial to residential in my mind.
I just have one question. In some of that area of flood, is it in a floodway, flood zone?
No, sir.
Okay, good enough. Yeah, that's only question I had, and so if it's not, I have no further questions, and I'll open it to the public. I don't see that we have any in Payson. Do we have any public here to speak on this public hearing? Nobody? Okay, then I'll close the public hearing and I'll call for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to adopt ordinance number 2026-02.
And I'll second that.
Having a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye, passed unanimous. Thank you. Okay, we will move on to number 4, regular agenda items. There's more than 4. 4A, information discussion action to approve economic development agreement number 2026-0303 between Gila County and the Pleasant Valley Community Council Incorporated in the amount of $15,000 to assist with the installation of a new air conditioning system located in the Pleasant Valley Community Center, which the board has determined to be for the benefit of the public. Supervisor Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is right there in Young. It's the community center. The community center is a building where basically meetings of all different types happen there. So do our elections. And it was built in the earlier days, but didn't have a air conditioning unit on it. It had a swamp cooler and it's inadequate. So with the help of my constituent fund and the money that they've already raised, I want to help them put in a air conditioning unit. So
Okay, Supervisor Christensen.
Sounds like a good idea. Did something similar in Pine. And I can't recall whether or not we all contributed to the Pine project or not. If you help me on the Pine project, we did, she's nodding. I wouldn't mind helping you with constituent funds. I'm a little low on constituent funds this year, but I can help in a third of it, if that's all right.
it absolutely is. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I think my constituent funds are fine, so I will be willing to do a third of that as well
Appreciate it.
to help them. And with that help, maybe down the road, some insulation or windows or something that could help as well in their function. So anyway, okay, I guess there's no further questions, so I'll call for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll make the motion to approve the economic development agreement number 2026-0303 with the Pleasant Valley Community Council Incorporated as presented, and which the board has determined to be for the benefit of the public.
Oh, and I'll second that.
Okay, having a motion.
Wake up.
Yeah.
I'll second that.
Okay, having a motion and a second, all in favor, say aye.
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 Oh, hold on.
Chairman, I meant to pause a little earlier, but the motion needs to reflect that the source of funds will be $5,000 each from each of the 3 constituent funds, adding up to $15,000.
So moved, Mr. Chair. How's that, Joe? Will that cover it?
Yes.
Thank you.
I will second that amendment.
Okay, having a motion and a second on the amended motion, all in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. That passes unanimous. We will go to 4B, information discussion action to submit a recommendation of approval or disapproval to the Arizona Department of Liquor License and Control for an extension of premises / patio permit submitted by Katie Lynn Parks to temporarily extend the premises where liquor is permitted to be served at the Bandits Restaurant in Strawberry beginning on July 20th, 2026 through January 2nd, 2027. Charlotte, you're on.
Good morning, Chairman, and members of the board. As stated, this is a temporary extension of the premises at the Bandits Restaurant in Strawberry. Under the board's liquor license process, this application has been reviewed by the clerk of the board and the Community Development Department. There were no written objections to the clerk of the board. This item is typically on the consent agenda, but we moved it up to regular if the board wanted to have a discussion about it. I know Mr. Plumer had noted that there were initially concerns about the structural integrity of the extension, but then found no issues. And so with that, if you have any questions.
Okay, Supervisor Klein?
I really don't have any questions. You know, Bandits has been there forever. And so if Randy says we're good, that'll work for me.
Okay. Supervisor Christian?
Yeah, if there's no concerns, I don't have a problem. I have no questions.
Okay, yeah, I have no questions. It's just a temporary permit is gonna last a long time. So that's the only thing. And the fact that we're not the final decision on this. Now it goes to liquor control for them to do the final approval. Correct. Okay. So no more questions. So I will call for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to recommend that the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control approve the liquor license application for an extension of premises patio permit submitted by Katie Lynn Parks as presented.
Mr. Chair, I'll second that.
Having a motion and second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimous. Okay, we are going to, or C, information discussion action to ratify the Board of Supervisors approval for the submittal of the Arizona Criminal Justice Commission ACJC fiscal year 2026 Drug, Gang, and Violent Crime Control Grant application. Approve ACJC fiscal year 2027 Drug, Gang, and Violent Crime Control Grant agreement number DC-27-023 in the amount of $97,688.42 for the period July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2027, and authorize the board chairman to electronically sign the agreement. Mr. Elbow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Since the mid-1980s, Congress has appropriated funds known as the Byrne Grant Funds, named after a New York State trooper who was killed in the line of duty in a drug investigation. And that money is passed down to the states through, in the case of Arizona, through the Arizona Criminal Justice Commission. Earlier this year, Mr. Beauchamp submitted our office's application in the amount of $97,688.42 to fund the full-time prosecutor to fund drug and violent crimes in Gila County and work hand in glove with the Gila County Narcotics Task Force. And we were, the county attorney's office is now asking that the board ratify and approve Mr. Beauchamp's submittal and approve the award transmitted by the Arizona Criminal Justice Commission and authorize the chairman to sign that award agreement for the this annual appropriation of the Byrne Grant Funds.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Klein, any questions?
No, the more money we can put towards that issue, the better off, Joe. Thank you.
Supervisor Christensen.
Thank you. No, I have no questions.
Okay, I have no questions, so I will call for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll make the motion to ratify the Board of Supervisors' approval for the submittal of the Arizona Criminal Justice Commission, ACJC, FY 2027 Drug, Gang, and Violent Crime Control Grant application, and approve ACJC FY 2027 Drug, Gang, and Violent Crime Control Grant Agreement number DC-2-023 as presented, and authorize the board chairman to electronically sign the agreement.
I will second that.
Having a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye, passed unanimous. 4D, I guess that's still on our deal. I don't see Cole anywhere. Anyway, information discussion action to approve a special use permit authorization ID 1219 with the United States Department of Agriculture Forest Service, authorizing the Gila County Sheriff's Office to continue the use, operation, and maintenance of the Roosevelt Lake First Aid Rescue Station and associated improvements with the permit terms extending through December 31st, 2055, and authorize the chairman to execute all necessary documents. We don't have anybody presenting. It's pretty self-explanatory. I guess I will see if there's any questions. Supervisor Klein, do you have any questions on their use of this? I know they've
Not at all.
been using it. Supervisor Christensen, do you have?
No questions or concerns, thank you.
Okay, and they've been using it, so I have no questions. So without any questions, there's no one needed to answer, no questions. So I'll go ahead and call for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I will move to approve the special use permit authorization ID 1219 with the United States Department of Agriculture Forest Service as presented and authorize the chairman to execute all necessary documents.
I'll second that.
Having a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. 4D passed unanimous. Going on to E, information discussion action to approve an intergovernmental agreement with Navajo County on behalf of the Navajo County Juvenile Detention Center for juvenile detention services to house and treat detained juveniles for the period of May 1st, 2026 through May 1st, 2027, with automatic one-year renewals up to 9 years per Arizona Revised Statute 11-952J. Mr. Keefe.
Good morning, Chairman,
morning.
members of the board. Thank you for allowing me to present to you this morning. My name is Rob O'Keefe, and I'm the Chief of Gila County Probation Department. And I've come this morning to ask permission to enter into an IGA agreement with Navajo County for juvenile detention services. And the reason that we would like to have this additional contract, we currently have and have had for a number of years a contract with Pinell County for our juvenile detention services. And they've done a great job for us, and we'd like to continue with that contract. But we'd also like to have an additional contract with Navajo County. And the reason being is that some of these facilities, although it doesn't happen often, they do occasionally stop taking kids for if there's an emergency at the facility or if there's an illness or something like that. Any number of reasons they could shut down just temporarily. And if this were to occur and we have multiple contracts, we can easily divert to another facility and we won't have any interruption of services. Another problem we could run into exigent circumstances is highway closures, inclement weather, and even wildfires could prevent us from getting to a facility. So this would allow us to divert to a different facility. I'd like to note there is no inherent cost to have the contract with the other counties. We're only billed for the services that we actually use. So there is no additional cost. As it stands today in the contract, Navajo County's daily rate that they charge is actually cheaper than Pinellas County's daily rate. So it'd actually be a cost savings for the county for any of the youth that we house at the Navajo facility. It's a smaller facility in Holbrook, so we wouldn't want to depend solely on that facility, but it would be a great extra facility to have access to. And that's pretty much my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any further questions you might have.
Okay, Supervisor Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Rob, you got on here for 9 years, this agreement, which will be renewed every year. I get that, but was there a reason you wanted to reach out for a full 9 years?
That was just in the contract that we received from Navajo County.
Oh, that came from Navajo
That came
County?
from Navajo. And this is essentially the same contract we have with Pinnell.
Uh-huh.
They actually borrowed the contract from Pinnell.
And with Pinell, we have 9 years.
I believe it's somewhere in the same vicinity.
I guess I'm asking
Yeah.
because anything can happen in 9 years. I get it, but we
Yeah.
do have the
Well-
option of renewal every year.
Yeah, and we can cancel at any time.
Okay.
Both sides can cancel for just by giving written notice that we want to cancel.
Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Christensen.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. And so how many juveniles can we house in Gila County?
How many can we house
Yes.
in here? Well, we don't have any detention facilities in Gila County,
we
so
don't.
we just
Okay.
use Pinnell. We closed our detention facility about 9-10 years ago.
It's just cheaper to do it this way.
Much cheaper, yes.
Much cheaper. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. That's all I needed.
Okay, if there's no further questions, I'll call for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll make the motion to approve an intergovernmental agreement with Navajo County on behalf of the Navajo County Juvenile Detention Center for juvenile detention services as presented.
I will second that.
Having a motion second, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye, passed unanimous. Okay, we're moving on to 4F. Information discussion action to approve contract number 034353. Additional capacity with Sentinel Technologies Incorporated for an additional server infrastructure capacity and related professional services for a contract amount not to exceed $220,000 and authorize the chairman's signature on the contract. Carrie Bartling.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Chairman, Supervisors. This will give us additional infrastructure on our environment, which will allow us to have some redundancy with our environment. So it's just giving us some extra space and breathing room. So I'll answer any questions y'all may have.
Supervisor Klein.
Carrie, I don't think I really have any questions, and this was an additional amount to get you to where you're going, and so we do have the money. It's in place. It's good to go.
Correct.
As you know, as well as we do, we're always getting hammered over IT from auditors. So thank you for trying to expand something and make it a little bit better.
Thank you.
Supervisor Christensen.
Thank you, and thank you, Carrie. So this is a much needed upgrade, creates redundancy, improves the system, and to where we don't have to suffer downtime as much as we have seen in the past, this
Correct.
kind of thing. So
Correct.
I think it's something that we just basically have to do. Yeah, we need to do it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's, I have no questions. With no further questions, I'll call for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve contract number 034353 with Sentinel Technologies Incorporated as presented and authorize the chairman's signature on the contract.
I'll second that.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye, passed unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going on to 4G, information discussion action to approve amendment number 1 to professional service contract number 060425. Design and planning for construction of Russell Gulch landfill, cell 3B with SCS engineers. Ratify the additional services previously performed for sale 3B North Slope Stabilization. Design, increase the contract amount by $29,500 for a revised contract amount not to exceed $55,920 and authorize the chairman's to execute the amendment. Matt Renshaw.
Thank you, Chairman Humphrey, Supervisor Christensen, Supervisor Klein. As you know, our Cell 3B in Russell Gulch is a high priority for us. And when we were looking at this, we were looking at how we can maybe bring the cost down of some of the budget that we have that was awarded to Rommel Construction. We came up with a way to do that. And in order to do that, we had to have a redesign for the north slope for the stabilization. And with that, when we were able to do that, we were able to provide an alternative for realigning the road and then cutting out a significant portion of the slope stabilization. In order to accomplish that, we'd have to go through a redesign, which we authorized, and we're asking the board now to ratify that. The ramifications of this with the design changes that we're that we're proposing and have been implemented in the design, we're looking at savings of potentially over $500,000 in the earthwork and the slope stabilization methods. So we're asking you to approve the contract by an amount of $29,546.40 to account for the taxes that we didn't have before. So we're asking you to approve the contract amendment by $29,546.40 for a total contract revised amount not to exceed $55,966.40. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Supervisor Klein.
Matt, this is for the slope stabilization.
That's correct.
And then once that is done, designed and all that, we're good to go on the rest of it?
Yes.
Cool. Thank you.
Supervisor Christensen.
Thank you, Chairman. And later, I think we have a report on a work session on the.
That's correct, we do.
Oh, and so thanks for identifying those slight differences in the numbers, which are just basically about $40-some more. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I guess the question I have is the increase to the design is $29,500, and it's going to save us about $500,000. And that's not something that you come up with very often. So I was wondering how did that arrange that we were able to re-engineer to be able to save that much money?
That actually came when we were in the bidding process. We identified an alternative of realigning the road to take the load off of the slope stabilization. And so by doing that, we were able to come up with an idea internally with our team, with Jeff Despain, with the consultants that did the design on it, that said, hey, what if we did this? And we felt that it was a good way to do that, but the bidding process had already gone out, so we couldn't amend it in the bid process. We had to award the contract as it was, and then once we awarded the contract, we met with the contractor, with Romo Construction, said, hey, this is what we're thinking about doing. Is this something that you can work on? And they said, yes, absolutely, it will work. And so they were able to provide input on whether that's a viable solution for the cost savings.
Well, thank you very much. I was fishing there a little bit to hear the team effort, and I think it's great that the team came together with something like this to create a better product for the constituents and a savings cost of $500,000 for $30,000. So thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Another comment. So thank you, Matt, for the presentation. And I'm sure it was a team effort, your team. And I want to make sure that your team understands how much we appreciate that. And anytime you can save us $500,000, that'd be great. If you can make that a norm, that'd be great.
I will pass that along and say, okay, how do we save the next $500,000? But I will certainly pass along your appreciation to our team.
Yeah, team effort's a major. So, okay, is there any further questions? No further questions? Okay, I will call for a motion on 4G.
Mr. Chair, I'll make the motion to approve amendment number 1 to professional services contract number 060425 with SCS Engineers, ratify the additional services previously performed, and authorize the chairman to execute the amendment.
I will second that.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye. 4G passes unanimous. Going
Thank
to 4H, information, discussion, action to authorize the advertisement of request for proposal number GIL-RFP-2026-007 Gila County Comprehensive Master Plan Update for professional planning services to update the Gila County Comprehensive Master Plan. Randy Plummer.
Good morning again, sir. So this is just an RFP requesting proposal on our master plan, which we are currently undergoing a zoning rewrite. And so this, the master plan acts as our guide on how to get to where we want to get to in the future. And so it was done in 2003, it was updated in 2018. And so it needs a rewrite basically to do it again. and there'll be plenty of public outreach. And it's best to do this. We really should have done this first and then started the zoning, because like I said, this is the governing guideline for it. But we're okay with where we're going now. We had prior people that wanted to do the zoning first because it was so bad. So we're just here to ask for permission to advertise proposal for the master plan. That
Okay.
answer any questions?
Okay, Supervisor Klein.
So Randy, we go out for a proposal or to get a consultant or contractor to do this now. We're looking at a pretty good time frame to get started, aren't we?
I would think we're in the 18-month range to get it completed.
Yeah. And so where's that gonna fall in line with the zoning part of it? I mean,
So currently under the zoning, and as you know, you guys have been invited to the 16th, where they're gonna go over what they see needs to be addressed in our current zoning, right, to update it. And we're hoping by this time we can get some numbers back before we start anything so that they can work together to get to the final position. I'm assuming one of the companies that will fill in the request is the one that is currently under us for the zoning. But they've got to work together, and it could slow down the zoning by, let's say, a month. We're not that far into the process of the zoning, so I think we're still okay, sir.
thank you.
Supervisor Christensen.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Randy, approximately, what do you think this will cost?
150 or more.
And so it's an independent group, a company that puts together our plans. How does that work? I mean, how do they know what we want?
So that's a lot of public outreach. But what they do is our current company we have doing our zoning just rewrite Yavapai. So they read ours, see what the norm is, best practices are, and then they've met with you guys. They've met with the Planning and Zoning Board. They're meeting with the public currently on our website now. There's surveys and stuff that they can fill out. So they're requesting that information, and we'll cover that in a little while on the work session, so that they can make the best decisions to go to us. Then it goes back through the same process. It'll go through Planning and Zoning Board to see if they agree with it. They'll come to you guys and ask you questions to see if you agree with which way direction went, and then we would be bringing it back to you for a vote. And so both of them, I'm thinking that we would be completed in approximately 18 months.
Okay, and are we required to do this?
Yes, this is actually will be voted on by the public, that they agree that this is our guidelines for Gila County moving forward.
Do we have to have a new master plan, or can we just continue with what we have?
That would probably be a legal question that you could ask the lawyers.
So is it state statute that requires us to review this master plan?
Yes,
It
it's
is,
every
okay.
10 years that requires it. And the problem that we have now is the direction we were going might not be the direction we want to go. So let's just say strawberry, pine, don't want Dollar General. In the future, they may want one. They may like this, you know, we're going to be rural still no matter what.
I doubt that, but anyway.
But there's, you know,
So
you're asking the current public to decide which direction Gila County is going.
are we required as a board to follow that master plan to the letter?
No,
Let's see, that's what.
this is a guideline.
Okay,
As the rezoning that we just did, that was a different direction than the prior board wanted to go. But it has to come to you in the public, and you can vote on it and to modify the master plan
we just gotta spend $100,000. Okay, got it.
or more. I'm not gonna say it's 100.
Okay. or
It's
more.
gonna be that.
Yeah, thank you. That's all I have, Shirley.
Okay, I just appreciate the public outreach. I appreciate the companies reaching out to me and asking because all of our districts are different. And so therefore, all of our constituents are gonna have different information to help them go forward with what they're working on. And so I really appreciate the public outreach to get constituents information from our different areas. So thank you very much.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if I could.
Go ahead. Yes.
Randy, every time we turn around, we're hiring consultants, contractors, whatever. To one aspect of this, and I know it's mandatory, we need to go through it and look at it. And I appreciate Steve's questions on this, but why not do it in-house?
We do not have the staff or the technical capabilities of doing it ourselves. There is the amount of time just in the outreach and modifying. Gila County is different than Yavapai. It's different than Maricopa. So we can't really just reach out and copy someone's or
Right.
plagiarize or however you want to put
Right.
that. So we want the best product that's going to last 20 years. We don't want something that we're fighting with it from now through. We
So
decide to go
the
forward.
reason I ask is because we're not creating a new document. We're going through an existing document. We already have a plan. And so we're going through it, really looking at what doesn't fit the county anymore and reaching out to the public, which in my opinion, the public involvement is key. That's where it really needs to be. We need to hear what they have to say. So there's probably a lot in this comprehensive plan that's going to remain in a comprehensive plan. And then looking at the rest of it, it may not be all that much. And so I've always get a little bit nervous when we bring outside people in to do the rezoning. We're going to do it on the comprehensive plan. The people who know the best of where we need to be and what we need to be doing is in this room. Whether we agree on it at the end or not, that may be a different story, but still, we're the ones that have the knowledge. We're the ones that know what worked, what didn't work, what's changing, what isn't changing, things like that. So that's why I bring this up, and it's not, to me, it is about saving $100,000 plus, because I guarantee it's probably going to be closer to $2. Everything is up there, and it's money. It's our taxpayer dollars. And so we're always need to be cognizant of that. But more importantly, it's the fact that we're the ones that's dealt with the last 10 years. We're the ones that's been involved in this. I appreciate the fact it's more or less a working document. That is a big help. But that's why I asked these questions. And Josh is going to tell me how right I am, huh, Josh?
No, you are correct. And it was something that I meant to bring up, and Michael and I meant to bring up when we were discussing the contracts under 50 as well. I don't have the best answer yet, but when you look at all the contracts under 50 and all these contracts, I definitely think there's wiggle room to say, are there areas where we're saying, 150 for 2 different contracts? Will we apply for 7 or 8 different grants that we're trying, Kaylee and Amy from finance and everybody working on? I can't say we're there yet because we haven't been in the positions that long, but I think you're spot on with something we have to look into, which is if we really put all these grants together and all these applications and contracts together, are there positions we could hire where we'd actually be saving money, having it internal and us guiding it? My honest answer would be, I don't think we're quite there in what Mr. Driscoll and I and Marin and everybody have really been able to discuss to see, is there a way and what positions would we, you know what I mean? You don't want to just have constant 1 year, are there positions we could create that could kind of be flexible, that could help us with some of these? It's definitely something we want to look into, which is why I wanted to, not to cut you off, Randy, but come up, because it's something we want to take a look at.
Well, I appreciate that. And I'm not going to ask you more about that because Joe will shut me off here in a minute. But the thing of it is, it's just something, to me, it's really important that we get it right. Mm-hmm. And I appreciate these people that are helping us on the rezoning right now, or the zoning part of it. They're good people. But do they know Gila County? They only know Gila County by what they read and what we tell them. Mm-hmm. We live it. And so that's the difference. But thank you, Josh. Thank you, Randy.
And I will say, we do look for that opportunity. I'm rewriting the building ordinance. We're doing that in-house with help of all of our staff. So if we feel that that's something we can accomplish, we do try to jump out ahead and do that, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I appreciate it, because like in my district, the bridge created a lot of growth, and it's not zoned as it should be for what's going on out there. And now that we're getting the Tri-City sanitation, we're gonna have some development in areas that we haven't. So I think it's important that we do update, because Gila County has changed and is going to change in the future. So thank you for your staff and your public outreach. Anything else, gentlemen?
I would, Mr. Chairman, just say that if the cost to the value is there, then I can support it. So if there's ways of saving money and get the same value, let's do that. But I know you don't have enough staff to do any expansion on stuff like that. So if the value is there because of its importance, then I'm willing to spend the money, but this is just a request for a number. So,
It's a request to request a number.
yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. If that's all on that one, I will call for a motion on 4H.
Mr. Chair, I will move to authorize the advertisement of request for proposal number GIL-RFP 2026-007 as presented.
I'll second that.
Having a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes unanimous. We are going to 4I. Information discussion action to authorize the advertisement for request for proposal number GIL-RFP-2026-008 vending machine services. Joseph.
Good morning, Chairman, Board of Supervisors. The purpose of this solicitation is to establish a comprehensive vending program that provides reliable, well-maintained vending series and services for county employees and members of the public, while also creating a revenue sharing opportunity for the county. This request for proposal is structured to provide flexibility. Vendors may submit proposals for all locations or selected service categories, and the county may make one or multiple awards based on what's provided to the best overall value. The selected contractor will be responsible for furnishing, installing, stocking, maintaining, repairing, and servicing all vending machines. The solicitation also establishes a minimum performance standard, including cashless payment options, routine restocking, equipment maintenance, customer service, monthly reporting. There is no direct cost for Gila County associated with this request for proposal. Instead, vendors will compete by proposing the percentage of gross sales they are willing to share with the county as a commission. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Supervisor Klein.
Joseph, I don't have any. Thank you.
Supervisor Christians.
Thank you. I have no questions. Thank you, Joseph.
I answered mine in agenda review, so thank you very much. If there's no further questions, I'll call for a motion on 4I.
Mr. Chair, I'll make the motion to authorize the advertisement of request for proposals number GIL RFP 2026-008 as presented.
I will second.
Having a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous on 4I, going to 4J. Information discussion action to determine the lowest responsive and responsible bidder and award contract number GIL-IFB-2026-003 annual contract for advertising, publications, and printing to the Payson Roundup at a rate of $8 per column inch for legal advertising for the period of July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2027. Olivia, good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Humphrey. Good morning, Supervisors Christensen and Klein. I am here about the annual newspaper contract as we come before you every year. So we came before you in May to request authorization to advertise this invitation for bids in accordance with Arizona Revised Statutes 11-255. And you approved that authorization to advertise. So it was advertised in the Payson Roundup on May 19th and 26th. It was also posted to our procurement portal and emailed out to the 2 known qualified papers in Gila County, as well as any other interested parties who have registered through the portal. We did receive 2 responsive and responsible bids, one from the Arizona Silverbelt and the other from the Payson Roundup. In the solicitation, section 2.2 does explicitly state that the contract award would be based on the lowest responsive and responsible bid for legal advertising. We did request pricing for other types of advertising, including classified display and display advertising, but it's the legal advertising rate that matters, and that is in accordance with Arizona Revised Statutes 39221A. And so, because the legal advertising rate submitted by the Payson Roundup was $8 per column inch, which is lower than the $8.10 that was proposed by the Arizona Silverbelt. We are requesting that you award the contract to the Payson Roundup for this fiscal year. And just to provide a little bit of clarification, this is naming the Payson Roundup as the official county newspaper of record for this fiscal year. So any statutorily required advertisements that are required to be published in the county paper of record would have to be published in the Payson Roundup. However, there may be other statutes that would require different advertisements to be placed in the paper located in the county seat, for instance. And so those would be, we would follow statute for all of those. And then, of course, there are discretionary advertisements, display ads and things like that that can be published in other papers as well. This doesn't make the Payson Roundup the only paper in which we advertise. It simply makes them the official newspaper of the county.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Klein, any questions?
I'm good, thank you.
Supervisor Christensen.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Olivia. Are we going to ever be able to just convert everything to online so we don't have to pay money to do that?
If the legislature allows.
I know they're kicking it around. I don't know that they passed it, though. Craig alluded to it, but I don't think they passed it yet.
Yeah. So when the legislature says that we can use other methods to communicate solely, then we can stop doing that.
Okay. Thanks for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. And so if there's no further questions, I'll call for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to award contract number GIL IFB 2026003 to the Payson Roundup as presented.
I'll second that.
Having a motion second, all in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. 4J passes unanimous. We're going on to 4K. Information discussion action to publish 2027 tentative budget schedules A through G for statutory compliance. Ma'am, thank
Good
you.
morning, Mr.
Good
Chair. Good morning, Supervisor Christensen,
Morning.
Supervisor Klein. When we adopted the tentative budget on June 16th, we were prepared with Schedules A and B, which are the required published documents for the newspaper. In order to be compliant with the statute for the third Monday in July, we need to have A through G published. So we have brought those to you today. The total budget and Schedules A and B have not changed. These are just the backup documents. And then when we bring you the final budget to adopt on July 21st, we'll bring you the full package again. So this is just additional information to support A and B. And as Supervisor Humphrey has pointed out, this was a team effort together with Mr. O'Driscoll, Mr. Beck, and all the department heads. Your 2027 budget is balanced and as conservative as we can make it.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Klein, any questions?
No, I don't think so, Mayor. I'm good.
Supervisor Christensen, any questions?
No, thank you. And thank you, Mayor, and I don't have any questions.
Thank you.
Mayor and I don't have any questions, so I'll call for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll make motion to publish the 2027 tentative budget schedules A through G as presented.
Oh, and I'll second that.
Having a motion second, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye, 4K unanimous, passed. We're going to L, information discussion action to approve amendment number 1 to the intergovernmental agreement between Gila County and Pinal County, whereby Pinal County will provide medical examiner services for the period of July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2027 in the amount of $394,000.
Thank
Maren,
you. I'm
thank you.
sorry, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
No, don't be sorry.
We have been partnering with Pinal County for medical examiner services since 2020. The previous contract allowed up to 190 medical examiner cases within the applicable one-year contractual term. This updated version allows for 250 medical examiner cases within the one-year contractual term. The number of cases depends on the number of decedents and the requests that we receive from the county attorney's office. For example, if there is an unattended death or something of that nature. And this $394,000, while it's an increase from the previous contract, remains lower than our contracted rate with Dr. Fiscioni prior to April of 2020.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Klein?
Mayor, have we ever maxed those numbers out?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And so this $394,000, we're gonna pay it whether we use the full 200 or not, right?
Correct,
Or
250, correct. We pay them a quarterly amount. Currently, it's about $98,000 every 3 months, and that ensures that they have the capacity for up to the number of cases that they have budgeted for us, so that they wouldn't have to, go out and get additional staff to make sure that we have the timely handling and timely reporting, and that they have the capacity for storage of decedent remains.
So that's the difference between doing it on a case-by-case basis versus just one package. So they may not have space for somebody coming in there or capacity to do it.
Right. This way they know that up to 250 cases can come from Gila County, and they structure their department to ensure that staffing. I'm sorry, Michael, did you have something to add?
No, Chairman, members of the board, just a little bit of history with Dr. Fiscioni. It was well over $200,000 for Dr. Fiscioni just for the northern part of Gila County. Originally, it started as a $60,000 contract, but over several years, it was increased from $60,000 to over $200,000 just for the northern, and then the southern part of Gila County. The autopsies would have taken place in Pima County. So we also had the cost of transporting the bodies down to Pima County, as well as Dr. Fiscioni's cost. It was well over $300,000, and that was probably about 7-8 years ago. Just for a little bit of perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Christian, you have any questions?
Thank you, Mayor. So it's just a little surprising. It's not a not to exceed amount, but anyway, if we're coming up short for the year, right, we have to pay $394 either way.
Correct. IGAs typically specify an amount, whereas a contract between us and a business would specify a not to exceed amount. So we pay a quarterly amount to Pinal County for these services.
And if we come up short of the 250, is there any way we can raise that up to 250?
If we need to, if for some reason there are cases in excess of that, we would be coming back to the board to request that. That is a question I never expected to.
Well, that's because it was to be a joke.
Oh, okay.
I just want to make sure we get our money's worth. So,
Your Netflix original series cannot
Yeah,
cannot
yeah.
be cast here in Gila County. No, sir.
no, thank you for that.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Okay, if that's all the questions and entertainment, I will move on and call for a motion.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve amendment number 1 to the intergovernmental agreement between Gila County and Pinal County for medical examiner services as presented.
I'll second that.
Having a motion second, all in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. 4L passed unanimous. Okay, we're
Thank
going
you.
to 4M. Information discussion action to approve amendment number 2 to the intergovernmental agreement contract number CTR 063271 with the Arizona Department of Health Services to continue the Smoke-Free Arizona Act and update the reimbursement amount to a not to exceed amount of $31,620 for the period of July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2027. Josh, good morning.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. So smoking continues to be prohibited in Arizona in all enclosed public spaces or places of employment or within 20 feet of a building or HVAC system for that building. This is the funding we received from ADHS to educate, follow up on complaints, and work with food establishments and businesses to make sure that they're abiding by the statute. As you can see, or if you've seen in the item, I think at one point we received, I think about 15 years ago, this was about 76,000 a year, and it's just continued to drop, even though our overall rates are just kind of balancing with vaping since there's no vaping tax. If you notice, there was a pretty big decrease this year from, I believe, like 56,000 down to 46,000 and now down to the 30s. And I believe next year we go all the way down to 25,000. So the funding continues to deplete, but we'll continue to do the work. We do these with our food inspections for the most part. So when our sanitarians are out doing food inspections, they'll hit up other restaurants or establishments while they're out. Plus it's part of the food establishment form that they fill out while they're there. So these are pretty routine for us since we can do them within the normal work that we perform anyways.
Thank you. Supervisor Klein, any questions?
No, I don't have any. Thank you, Josh.
Supervisor Christensen,
Thank
any
you.
questions?
No, thank I do not have any. Thank you, Josh.
Okay, then I will call for a motion on 4M.
Mr. Chair, I'll make the motion to approve amendment number 2 to the intergovernmental agreement contract number CTR 063271 with the Arizona Department of Health Services as presented.
I will second that.
Having a motion second, all in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. 4M passes unanimous. We're moving on to 4N, information discussion action to authorize the advertisement for request for proposal number GIL RFP 2026-009 DOE weatherization and other repairs and rehabilitation services. Josh, you're on again.
Chairman, members of the board. So the Board of Supervisors approved this in April to go out to bid. During the bid process, we received some good questions. I have a new manager that's been over this program for a while, and we just came up with some good ideas on how to tighten this bid up and make it a little bit better. So we just want to bring it back out to bid again to hopefully receive better, more qualified bids as we go forward. And while I'm at that, just so that all 3 board members know, we're still struggling with both of these programs, the lead grant that we've brought to the board and this one. I have 2 program manager positions for these 2 grants that have been vacant for roughly 4 to 6 months now that we've been struggling to find staff for. So we're kind of going through those troubles as well, just to be honest with the board.
Supervisor Klein, any questions?
Not at this time. Thank you, Josh.
Supervisor Christensen.
Thank you. No questions.
Difficult for you, but if there's anything we can do, let us know. And so, okay, I'll call for a motion on 4N.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to authorize the advertisement of request for proposal number GIL RFP 2026-009 as presented.
And I'll second that.
Having a motion second, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. 4N passes unanimous. We're going on to 4-0. Information discussion action to approve contract number CTR 063924-GC1 based on Arizona State Procurement cooperative contract number CTR 063924 with Sturgeon Petroleum LLC for bulk lubricant short term for the period of July 19th, 2026 through December 31st, 2026 for a contract amount not to exceed $80,000 and authorize the chairman's signature on the contract. Matt, good morning.
Good morning.
Again.
Again, Supervisor Chairman Humphrey and Supervisor Christensen and Supervisor Klein, I appreciate this opportunity. Mr. White has asked me to present this because I've been more involved with this one. This contract is for the Synergy Fuel and Lubricants Petroleum. These next two items are basically two sides of the same issue. The issue is that the current contract we have with Synergy is expiring, and we want to make sure that we have continued access to the fuel and to the lubricants, that they will come out to our fuel sites and refill our tanks. And so the first item is for the bulk lubricants for the oil and the automotive fluids that we use in our general maintenance in our general services locations in Star Valley and also in the Globe location. And this is to provide a stopgap measure that we can combine the two services into a single contract. And we're working with the procurement team right now and with the general services as a team to come up with a request for proposals for a bid advertisement that will combine both the fuel and the lubricant into a single contract, but we just don't have that yet. And so these next two items are to provide a stopgap measure to allow us the time to combine the two services into a single contract.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Klein, questions?
Yeah, Matt, do we have any interest in our local company, fuel company here to start bidding on this? Have you reached out to them or talked to them any?
We haven't yet, but we will. That's certainly going to be one of the elements that we have as we're writing up the next RFP as the community outreach and local interest in that.
Yeah, I would appreciate that. As much of this money as we can keep locally, the better off we are.
Understood.
Sure. So, thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Christensen.
Thank you. Thank you, Matt. So I understand these next two items, this one included, were not renewed at the appropriate time, not because of you, not because of Mr. White, not because of Mr. O'Driscoll, but it fell through the cracks and now we're having to deal with sort of a kind of a quick emergency kind of situation. So thank you for that. That's all I have.
Okay, well, I have no questions, so I'll call for a motion on 4-0.
Mr. Chair, I'll make the motion to approve contract number CTR 063924 GC1 based on Arizona State Procurement Cooperative Contract Number CTR 063924 with Synergy Petroleum LLC as presented.
I will second that.
Having a motion second, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. 4-0 pass unanimous. We're going to 4P, information discussion action to approve contract number AS 8-405-3826-GC1 based on City of Chandler cooperative contract number AS 8-405-3826 with Synergy Petroleum LLC for bulk fuel short term for the period of July 19th, 2026 through December 31st, 2026 for the contract amount not to exceed $1,200,000 and authorize the chairman's signature on the contract. Again, Matt.
This is the follow-up to that. This is the same thing that I discussed. This is for the bulk fuel, same services.
Yes. And I believe when they, Supervisor Klein's questions.
You're on the right track, but Matt, there again, you know, we're reaching out basically for an emergency contract from Synergy, who's been providing our fuel and our lubricants.
Yes.
I get that, I understand that, and we're going through the cooperative contract part of it through Chandler. But couldn't we have done the same thing here on more of a just a straight emergency contract and reach out to our local supplier for something like this, for a short-term participation in this?
We could, when we were going through this one, in the interest of time, we felt it was in the best interest of the city, or of the county, excuse me, to have a contract already in place rather than requesting proposals from local companies. And so when we were doing the investigation, we actually found that the rates were cheaper through the Chandler contract than through the state contract. And that's why we're using the Chandler contract for this one, as opposed to the state that you just approved.
So I appreciate the cheaper prices for sure. I mean, but we're talking 1.2. That's not chump change on a short-term contract. And that's where, and Olivia is going to tell me where I'm wrong or what the process is here in just a minute. But that's where, when I look at something like this and with the circumstances, it's like, couldn't we have reached out on an emergency contract and done this locally?
So emergencies are very limited, and this isn't truly an emergency contract. It certainly is an expedited contract. It's an urgent need, but it's not tied to a disaster or other declared emergency. We used cooperative contracts in order to expedite the process even further, so that we would not have to go out and get the quotes, and this just kind of smoothed the process out for us a little bit. Unfortunately, our local vendors are not on cooperative contracts that we could utilize, and so that's why we went with Synergy through these particular cooperative contracts, was to ease the process and make it as fast as possible to make sure that that need is met.
I appreciate that, and I understand your definition of emergency, but explain that to my constituents in District 3 when the motor graders don't move, you know? And so that's what I look at too.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing I look at is we haven't had our local distribution company here in Fuels participate for probably 9 years.
Mm-hmm.
They quit right after I took office, was put in office. And but we have new owners, and just from a board member and whatnot, looking at our constituents in Gila County, I'm always looking out to where can they fit in? Where can they participate in this? Where can we help them and enhance their business and be a participant in this? And so that's why I ask these questions. And I do understand emergencies can be floods, fires, whatever like that, but basically when we go out, we just reach out with the company that's already providing our service. Maybe it might be a little faster, and I don't know what the time frame is between when we get our first load of fuel and what it would take to work with somebody local. I don't know what that would be. I don't know how much leeway we have in our fuel. You know, do we have 30 days left of fuel? Do we have 2 months left of fuel? I don't know. So these are the things that I'll ask about that is important to me. You know, it's important we take care of our people in Gila County the best we can.
Certainly, and I would be more than happy to include any and all local vendors when we do the solicitation. I will send out invitations for them to participate in that solicitation process. We would love to have them participate.
Thank you, guys.
Supervisor Christensen.
I'm good, thank you.
Yeah, I believe it's a lot of this is like big business, because apparently there's got to be qualifications in order to bid. And then is it a per gallon that they're bidding on for what is supplied?
For this one, yes, I believe that's the case.
So like I say, some of the bigger companies, especially with what's going on with our gas wars right now, the fluctuation it seems like the bigger companies can regulate or make up for that. And that's a lot of the reason we can't get local contractors is because the state comes up with these regulations that our small companies are unable to qualify for. But yeah, I agree. I would like to see the state back off some of these regulations to be able to help not only in the construction but in the fuel as well. But I believe a lot of it is the qualifications that the smaller companies just can't qualify. So, but
So-
go ahead.
So
We might.
I'm with you. The thing of it is on contracting this fuel, and this was a problem. See, the local company used to supply our fuel, did for years, many years. But then it became, and maybe it was at the time, Joe, I don't know, but somewhere along the way it became the standard. You have to go by Oprah's prices, which are daily prices, and so some of the delivery would overweigh that for the smaller company, and they didn't want to go by Opus prices. So we asked them, I talked to them before in the past, the previous owners about it, and they just, for whatever reason, didn't want to do it because they didn't want to deal with that. The new owners, I don't know. I haven't talked to them about it. It's just goes back to that deal when we're dealing with contractors or whatever we're doing. The more money we can spend in Gila County, the better off we are. So,
Understood, and we'll certainly take that into consideration when we're building the solicitation package.
thank you, Matt. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we're good. Okay, so I'll call for a motion on 4P.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll move to approve contract number AS 8-405-3826-GC1 based on City of Chandler Cooperative Contract Number AS 8-405, 3826 with Synergy Petroleum LLC as presented.
I'll second that.
Having a motion second, all in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. 4P passes unanimous. Going on to
Thank you.
4Q, information, discussion, action to approve U.S. Department of Agriculture Forest Service special use authorization amendment number 1 for the Pleasant Valley Veterans Retreat special use permit, incorporating the corrected legal description and changing the permit classification for use code 113 origination organization camp to use code 143 organization camp with government-owned improvements, and authorizing staff to proceed with finalizing the license agreement and operation of the facility. Mr. O'Driscoll.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. So this item is just the last step we need prior to bringing in front of the board a licensing agreement between a not-for-profit in Gila County to operate the Pleasant Valley Veterans Retreat. Through the process of the licensing agreement, it was discovered that the legal description of the property needed updating. So we got a survey done of the entire property by a professional company, and we did the updates, and right now the licensing agreement will be presented to the board during the August 4th meeting. So this is the last step the outside attorney needed prior to issuing a licensing agreement to the board. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Supervisor Klein.
So Michael, I understand all that. The one thing I want to get with you on after the meeting or sometime soon is the background information on this.
Mm-hmm.
There's a line of events there under that we need to kind of clarify and change a little bit. So let's get together with that because it'll become part of the record forever, and we need to make sure it's in there. But the licensing agreement will be good. I mean, that's been a step we've been waiting on for a long time. The special use permit, it went from 93 acres plus or minus to 200 and some acres. And so I understand all that. And so we get all that correct, that'll be good and in place. And go from there. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Supervisor Christensen.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Michael. So this is, you're asking us to approve going forward to eventually present the final agreement.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. All right, and so it was classified under a different code, 113. That was wrong, and so we've made some improvements, got the acreage right and all that, and so we're just kind of approving that. And this is going to be an agreement with an organization, a 501c3 that will be the operational part of the area, correct?
That is correct, sir. Yes.
Okay. Okay, and we already have that 501c3 in place. They just don't have a mandate yet.
Correct. The licensing agreement is the last document to officially have the not-for-profit take over certain operations of the Pleasant Valley Veterans Retreat. And that will make it legit, that'll make it legal, and we'll go from there. And that's going to be presented to the board on August 4th. And I should also include that we did a survey on this property to correct a legal description of the property. But if you look at the language, and correct me if I'm wrong, Supervisor Klein, of the conveyance. So if the federal government does eventually get to conveying the property to Gila County, we are required as part of that agreement to do a survey of the property anyway. So doing a survey right now is not a bad thing. Just to correct all of that, the discrepancies.
And so as this agreement then is enacted after August, my concern is whether or not the 501c3 is positioned financially to achieve all of the obligations that they will be considered required to do. What happens if they are not?
I don't know that that's part of our agenda.
Well, that may be a question for next.
I don't believe that's part of this agenda item.
You're right.
I mean, part of the interest, yeah, I think for everybody, but I don't think it's part of this particular agenda item, but that would be up to our attorney.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with the chair's assessment of that's perhaps best saved for a work session, that kind of discussion.
Okay.
With the presence of the 501c3 right to this point.
Okay.
And Supervisor, Chairman, Supervisor Klein, I do have a work session planned, I believe, on the 21st to go over those types of questions that you have financially.
Okay.
So
right.
we will do that. That's also a work session planned alongside talking about the fairgrounds as well, the
Okay.
operational costs for each property.
I'm jumping out ahead of it all.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah. So that's all I had.
We'll pull it back. Okay. So, any further questions on 4Q?
The only thing I would say, as far as Michael's presentation is, he's right. This was required. It would be required at the conventions. They have to have that. And the fact of the matter was, it was Senator Kelly's office that caught this. The map that the Forest Service had on that admin site was way off. And so that got kicked back to us back then. And so the Forest Service is the one that drew the map, and then your surveyor surveyed it. So it was going to be done eventually. It had to be done.
Okay. Well, before we get into a work session here, I'm going to call for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll make the motion to approve U.S. Department of Agriculture Forest Service Special Use Authorization Amendment Number 1 for the Pleasant Valley Veterans Retreat Special Use Permit as presented, and authorize staff to proceed with finalizing the licensing agreement for operation of the facility.
I will second that.
Having a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Okay, 4Q unanimous. Okay, 4R, information discussion action to approve amendment number 2 to Schedule F to professional services agreement dated April 2nd, 2013 with Interim Public Management LLC, extending the term for Interim Public Works Department Director Consultant Services through October 31st, 2026, authorizing an additional $140,000 in compensation, increasing the cumulative contract amount to the maximum not to exceed amount of $300,000, and authorize the chairman's signature on the amendment. Mr. O'Driscoll.
Chairman, members of the board, thank you. So this contract is with IPM to retain the services of Troy White, our interim public works director. And I wanted to push this out with an expiration date at the end of October, so I don't have to keep coming back in front of the board to present additional extensions to a contract. The plan right now is we do have the public works director position is closing today. And we'll take a look at the applicants. And then if we have a qualified applicant after our interview process and after meetings with the Board of Supervisors, my plan with Troy White is to have him stay on to the end of August to help the new director into their new position with some of the landfill projects and the other road projects that we have going on, which are quite complicated and involve a lot of county general fund money. So that's the plan right now. If we do have a qualified applicant, I'd like to keep Troy on to the end of August. But if we for some reason can't find a qualified applicant, then I certainly would ask that Troy White stay on as the interim to help us through the landfill expansion projects, which do have quite a financial impact to Gila County. So I'd be happy to answer any question.
Supervisor Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think Troy's done us a very good job, tremendous job. But I have to ask this question: why the $140,000 increase? Is it just because of the time frame?
Correct, sir. Yes.
Okay. So if you do hire a public works director, and we do have someone step into that role, and Troy does work till the end of August, let's say, whatever it is right there, then this amount is going to change.
Correct, sir. It'll be less.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So, thank you, Troy, for helping.
Supervisor Christensen.
Thank you. Mr. White has been a tremendous asset to Gila County, and we need to keep him as long as we need to. And so my concern is that the transition to a new director would be obvious to us all. It would be a good choice.
Yes, sir.
So that's what we're shooting for. So yeah, I think we need to extend it as long as he's willing and as long as we actually need it. So thank you.
And I agree with the major projects going on in District 2 right now, with all of the creek work, all of those things going on with the landfill expansion, with us kind of restructuring. I think it's great that Troy has been here with us to help us go forward. So if there's no further comments, I'll call for a motion on 4R.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to approve amendment number 2 to Schedule F to professional services agreement dated April 2nd, 2013 with Interim Public Management LLC as presented, and authorize the chairman's signature on the amendment.
I'll second that.
Having a motion second, all in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. 4R passed unanimous. Going on to 4S. Information discussion action to approve Schedule G to professional service contract dated April 2nd, 2013 with Interim Public Management LLC for interim Human Resource Department Director Services, authorizing compensation in the amount not to exceed $75,000 and authorize the chairman's signature on Schedule D. Mr. O'Driscoll.
Chairman, members of the board, this is similar to the previous item, except this is for an HR director. We've had the HR director position posted and we haven't had any qualified applicants as of yet. So we do need help with some of the policies, with some of the decisions that an HR director will make to help the HR staff. Because as you know, the deputy director of HR is also on leave for a little while longer too. So we really need to get the staff a little bit of help with some of these issues that HR has to deal with. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Any questions? Supervisor Klein.
So who's this person gonna be?
Mr. Beck, answer that.
So we reached out to the company, and the person we selected, her name is Allison Eckert. Her family is from the Roosevelt area for a very long period of time, going all the way back to the rancher days. She's got a very impressive HR resume going across the state as an interim director and up in Flagstaff and Yavapai counties. So she has a lot more information than I have, and I hope to be able to use her for a lot of the questions we've been talking about with class and compensation and all these things, as you had said earlier about having somebody that could kind of help us get caught up and do these things in-house. So I think she's got the background that's different from what we have right now.
So Josh, when is she gonna start?
She begins this week. She'll be here around 11 o'clock or noon on Wednesday. And if any of you want to meet with her, I'd be happy to set that up individually.
Thank you.
Supervisor Christensen.
No, thank you for that information. I have no questions.
I have no questions. Thanks for your input. And so I will call for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll make the motion to approve Schedule G to Professional Services Agreement dated April 2nd, 2013. Really?
That's when we originally signed the first contract with IPM.
Amazing. Thank you, Olivia. With Interim Public Management LLC as presented and authorize the chairman's signature on Schedule G.
I will second.
Having a motion second, all in favor say aye.
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 Thank you.
Aye, 4S passes unanimous. Okay, we're moving on to 5, consent agenda items. Does anyone care to pull an item from the consent agenda action item?
I do not.
Supervisor Klein?
No, I'm good.
Okay, gentlemen, I'd like to pull item B.
B.
Yes. And so on item B is approval of petition for redemption of exemption waiver from Penny Robinson petitioning to have the individual tax exemption for parcel 304-11-016C that is deemed waived by ARS 42-11153A redeemed for tax year 2026. And the reason I just pulled the one is because I have questions, I guess, on the process. And what, so I very much understand that the legislature has created this for people, whether they're elderly or military or something of this nature, to have their taxes changed or less than regular. Is that correct?
The statute allows for an exemption of a certain dollar amount of the
Okay.
valuation for those people.
Okay.
It's not a tax, a dollar for dollar. It's on the valuation that the taxes are then calculated against. So it does allow for that exemption for certain individuals, disabled veterans, total and permanent disability persons,
Okay.
or widower to take advantage of that. Mhm.
Okay, and my question is there's a deadline of when they can apply for this benefit?
That is correct, Mr. Chair. There is a deadline. The application period is January 1st through, we say March 1st, but it's the last day of February. And so that process is strictly through my department, the assessor's department, on applying those exemptions for the people that qualify according to statute. Then it's after that period is when we come to the board with the petition for the exemption that has been waived. As the statute calls that has been waived by that person. They can't have it now because the application period window has ended. So the petition says, hey, Board of Supervisors, this is my reason why I didn't come during that window. Would you please allow me to go ahead and have it for this year?
Right, so as we go through monthly, and there's, well, I think today there's 6, but what we're doing is we're extending the deadline to these people.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I guess my question is by not having a deadline for these applicants, what problem does that create for our treasurer on the collection of taxes? Because I mean, if they got to be in like by the 31st of January, and they're not, and they go and maybe 10 months, 11 months, then what issues does that create for our treasurer?
At this point in the game, where we are in the year, it creates nothing because there's not been a tax roll that's been presented to the treasurer yet to collect on. When we get past where that first half of taxes are due, then we would issue a tax roll correction to the treasurer's office that would alleviate the second half of taxes, but the person would have to pay for the taxes that have already become due and payable.
Okay.
So it's not, in the way I look at it, it's not a major hiccup for the treasurer.
Okay.
We would simply issue a tax roll correction and it would be a seamless process.
Okay, yeah, no, I appreciate that, because like I say, if we're doing this and you know, they add up, what ripple is becoming from that is the
Certainly.
reason for my questioning, and to kind of let the board know. So I thank you very much
Absolutely, you're
for
welcome.
that. And so being as I pull, I guess I'll ask for a motion to approve item 5B.
Mr. Chair, I will make a motion to approve consent agenda item B, which has been pulled from the consent agenda as presented.
Oh,
Second that.
okay, having a motion second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Okay, now I will call for a motion on 5A and C through M.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
I will second that.
Okay, then having a motion and a second, all approved, say aye.
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 Okay, all items are approved. Going on to 6, call to the public. Doesn't look like we have anyone in Payson.
No, sir.
Okay, and then so we have someone here, Fred Coney, C-O-E-N.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. Appreciate the opportunity to speak here this morning. I'm here on behalf of the U.S. Small Business Administration Office of Disaster Recovery. I'm here specifically regarding the recent disaster declaration that was made for the San Carlos Apache tribe. As a contiguous county, Gila County is eligible for its businesses and nonprofits to apply for economic injury disaster loans. You may be familiar with them. The business and ag cooperatives that apply would have a rate of 4%. Nonprofit rate is 3.625%. Terms are up to 30 years, no payments first year, no interest first year. Loans can be up to $2 million, cover things like payroll, inventory, rent, utilities. You've probably heard of things like this before. Arizona has about 40 active disaster declarations going on now. Here in Gila County, you have about half a dozen. The economic injury disaster loans will have the same terms regardless of the disaster. If you've had declarations related to things like, this one was the flood and the storms, you've had other floods, fires, drought, you kind of covered the whole menu there. So deadlines vary. This disaster has a deadline of March 27. The other declarations have various deadlines that are sooner than that. I just wanted to make you as county leaders aware of this and pass it on to your staff, and appreciate the opportunity to speak to it. If you have any questions, I've left some materials with you, and I'll be following up with an email as well that just provides more information you can share.
Yeah, thank you very much. We just don't comment on these
Absolutely.
on call to the public, so I appreciate you sharing that information today.
Thank you.
Thank you. And on the other 3, it looks like this is for comments on a work session. And if that's okay, gentlemen, I'll give you time during the work session. So when you're more a part of the discussion, rather than just have 3 minutes on call to the public. But I appreciate you filling these out, and so I'll give you some time on call to the public. If that's okay with you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good enough then. Okay, then we're gonna move on to 7, summary of events. Mr. O'Driscoll, do you have?
Just one, Chairman, members of the board, and I sent you an email yesterday that the state of Arizona was notified by FEMA that they've denied our request, the state of Arizona's request for declaration of the emergency for the floods. So this was the second time they've denied it. So I suspect that there will be no third time or chance for this. So I'm disappointed in FEMA. I think we rose to the level of the fiscal $13 million in the damage done across Miami Globe and Gila County. But I just wanted to let the public and the board know that FEMA has officially denied it for the second time.
Yeah, horrible situation that we're recovering from. But thank you. Supervisor Klein.
Mr. Chair, thank you. On the 23rd of June, I was in DC as part of the PILT fly-in. I was asked to participate in that. There was 9 of us, and we were all off of the WIR committee, national committee. And so we had several different meetings in the course of a day and a half. But it started out with the first meeting was with the Forest Service, the first morning. And the Forest Service is undergoing a far more extensive reorganization than I realized. They're going to end up, the regional offices throughout the states will be they'll be erased. There will no longer be regions. They're placing directors in the states. So like state of Arizona, we'll have one director for the Forest Service here in the state. That director will work with the local supervisor's office, which will be a big help to us, but more important than that, they delegated authority all the way to the district rangers. So that's even a bigger plus. The state directors will have a staff of about 5 people. So they've really trimmed out a lot of folks. So that's going on. That's taking place now. They have a number of vacancies that throughout the past few years they haven't filled, mostly because of budget constraints. But they're going back looking to refill these positions. They have the budget to do it. But one of the things they're doing different, and this is a huge change for the Forest Service, is they're looking at local hire. They want to pick up locals where those vacancies are. They're making a big push for that, and that'll go all the way up to some of your offices like range, recreation, things like that, which for us as a county, because these are the folks we work with through the whole year. We work with the recreation staffs. We work with range staffs, timber staffs, all of that. So that will be a help if they start pulling in local help and filling those positions that way. The next meeting we had was with BLM, Department of Interior. They're going through reorganization kind of the same way. Their whole, well, both of these, the Forest Service and the BLM are moving their main offices out of DC to the western states. Forest Service is going to Salt Lake City and BLM is going to Colorado. So they're coming out west with everything, which that's even a plus rather than have them in the DC. So we had a good meeting there. We went on. There was, like I say, there was 10 of us, and we split up in different groups. I was in a second group, but these are kind of the meetings we had. We met. My group met with the Minority House Natural Resources Committee staff. And it was really, really good meeting. We talked about the PILT. We talked about SRS. The last year when SRS passed, they run it through on a bill all by itself. And it passed just fine. There was no problems with it. What I found out in this trip was there's more people in favor of SRS and PILT than what I thought. The problem is they play games with those bills, just like they've done with our vet center. They take a good bill that everybody likes, everybody approves of, and they stack something on it that a lot of people can't vote for. They're not going to vote for it. You know, it's just a dirty game, in my opinion, is what they do. And so rather than take these good bills and run them on their own merit, they play these games. And that's been an issue in the past. That's why SRS has failed. That's why we've had issues with PILT. But the overall support that I seen in DC, they understood it. They got it. They understand the SRS, the school portion of that, the roads portion of that, all of it. They get it. But like we were told, it's just that when they do this, our senators that the staff are representing or congressmen that they're representing can't vote for it because of what's attached. And so, but we had that. We met with Representative Tom Emmer's staff, and he's the majority whip. That was a really cool meeting. Really nice office. And it was good discussions. Those folks were right on key, real easy to talk to. They're like, we get it, we understand it, we'll push for it, we'll do whatever we can to get it, but there's no guarantees. After that, we were supposed to meet with Representative Hakeem Jeffries' staff. We weren't able to meet with her because she got sick that morning and ended up in urgent care. We couldn't meet with her. But the word we got from her and other ones in that department was, we're not opposed to this. We get it. We understand it as well. And so what you'll find in a lot of these offices, whether it's senators or representatives, either one, it's the staff working together and across those lines that are trying to get things done. It's no different than you guys. You guys directors here, you guys are the ones doing the work. We're sometimes sitting up here taking good oxygen, but you guys are the ones doing it. And that's what I see in DC. It's the staff behind those doors that's really pushing. They're taking things on. You know, they're running by their boss's direction. I get it, but they're the ones that's doing it. It's no different. And so it was a really good time. Zeke and Andrew, Gregory Nelson, they did a remarkable job of putting it all together and getting it coordinated. It was very well coordinated and very well covered with the folks that was there. It was quick. It was fast. We didn't have a lot of time between meetings. On top of that, the National Fair was going on, so getting around DC was horrible. But it was really cool, and it was a good meeting. So I had that. And then yesterday I met with the department heads here, and I really appreciate all of your all's time. That's good. That's good conversation. I really enjoy that. I have questions, you know, and whatnot, and you guys answered them, did an awesome job with it all. I appreciate that. Next week, I am headed to New Orleans, and that is the WIR conference, the summer conference. I'll be there for about 4 days, and then I'll be coming back. So same thing, we'll have agency people there that we'll have in those meetings. Well, I'm sure we'll have some senators or congressmen there as well that'll be doing presentations. So it's good to hear from them. It's good to talk to them and all of that. Just a little side note, going over there, I was in the terminal, had a chance to visit with Eli Crane, and Andy Biggs was there as well. And then coming back, I had the opportunity to visit with Paul Gosar. I've known Paul a long time. He's the one that started with us on this vet center. He was there on the vet center, and so he's a really good guy and easy to work with. It was a really good visit with him. And then coming back to Arizona, I rode beside Andy Biggs, and we had a lot of conversation coming back. So it's a good trip, really good trip. That's all I had, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Christensen.
Thank you. Game and Fish Commission met once again in Payson. They do that annually, June 26th. And we're hoping to get them into the TCM building for their next meeting next year. We've had some complications scheduling before. I think we've got that all figured out. I hope so anyway. Then the vet coffee time was there last Tuesday. That was good. Again, we had a 4th of July in Payson. A lot of people come up for the 4th of July, really busy, and we had a parade and all of that. And so that was really good, very patriotic area. Rural Arizona is very patriotic, I think. So then I look forward to Thursday when we open up the time capsule. Looking forward to that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, my reason is I held a Gila community meeting on Saturday, the 27th. That was good. Some staff was there. Quite a few public was there. We get a chance to look around at some of their issues. Met with FEMA representative, Freeport McMoran representative regarding a new project that they're going to have coming to town here. Then I appreciate working with them and them letting me know that they've got some projects coming. Attended a Tri-City Sanitation District Board meeting on the 29th. A lot of good things came out of that meeting, not only their progress, but other interests as well. I'll hold a Tonto Basin community meeting this evening at 5 o'clock. Again, public meeting, no agenda, just kind of get up in front and give them as much information as I have in their area for recent times and allow them to let me know what I need to know. And then I will attend a Southern Gila County Economic Development Council meeting. I'm on the board now, and that will be tomorrow at noon. And then multiple drive-bys around the construction. Six Shooter Canyon, the work they're doing there is great. City Globe cleaning the creeks and stuff. It's the wash over there by the hospital is really looks great, and it looks as if there's a lot of drainage to it that wasn't there last go around. So thanks staff and engineering very much for helping that whole project be better than it was the first time. It makes me proud that I'm not proud that the other one washed out, but in the long run, I'm kind of happy it did because we were able to fix it. And thank you all very, very much for your input and listening to the public and the things that need to happen. Again, team effort. So, and then, yeah, the time capsule, we'll work on that on Thursday. And so that's all I have. Does anybody else have anything else? Okay, then we're going to 8, request for future agenda items. Supervisor Klein, do you have anything that you would like to have on an agenda in the future?
No.
Supervisor Christensen?
Thank you. No, nothing additional.
Okay, yeah, I have some, but we've got some stacked up, so I appreciate the fact very much that we're having these work sessions and able to bring things up to put on a work session. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on to our work session, but it's been a little over 2 hours. Let's take about a 10-minute break and get up and stretch a little bit and maybe get a little water. 12:30. And we will be on number 9, work session. We're going to go to 9A with information discussion regarding Gila County Community Development Department 2025 through 2026, accomplishments and updates on upcoming projects for the year ahead. Randy Plummer.
Again, good morning. It's the last time you have to see me up here today. So this is, Michael had set this up for us to come before you. This is talking just about community development. So let's start. We'll get through this as quickly as we can. Community Development Department is responsible for overseeing how development occurs within the unincorporated areas of Gila County, which includes zoned and unzoned. We'll go through, we have 3 divisions in community development. We have building, safety, code enforcement, and planning and zoning. And as you know, that regulates a lot of stuff, good and bad, in what people and constituents want to do. Department staffing consists currently of 12 full-time employees in 2 different offices, Globe and Payson. We are manned on both. Thanks to Michael and Joseph, or Josh, we are in the process of hiring 3 more people. One of them was the short-term rental person that we went through last year. And in this process, we'll go through the short-term rental and accomplishments that's included. We have the building, we're on Melford, and then we have 608 up in Payson. We work along and we encourage and we help and we do anything we can with public safety, property values, economic development, infrastructure planning, responsible growth. And as Supervisor Humphrey has brought up, each district in Gila County is very different. They want different things. They want opportunities to do different things. And it makes it tough when you try to, make that box small, but we got to have a big box as we go through each of those areas. So the personnel that we have 1 director, which is me. We have 1 building official, which is me. We have 2 code enforcement officers. So for the whole county, we have 2 code enforcement officers that handle north and south. They are kind of the bridge, splits them. As you know, there's a lot of stuff in Pine Strawberry and in Tano. Still a lot of stuff in Globe, a lot of things that we have to deal with. Could be junk, trash, and debris, it could be other things. As we go through, we have 3 permit technicians, which handles all the permits. I'll get into how many permits we've issued, how many inspections we've done. We have an executive assistant, which handles some of the training and all of our dollars. And then we have a planning and zoning coordinator that serves the entire county. So we have 1 person that handles all planning and zoning in the county. We have Planning and Zoning Commission, which consists of 3 representatives from each of your districts. And we have the Board of Adjustment, which is 1 represented from each district. So everything you hear about and all the complaints, good stuff and bad stuff, all comes through 12 people. So we do quite a bit of work, and we're pretty busy. Supervisor Christian comes over once in a while, and he has a hard time finding people because they're moving. This is our flow chart. Going forward, you've seen those names, you know those people. We won't talk a lot about that. There's been questions are our people certified? Are they not certified? Do you have the required positions covered? And yes, we do. The code requires certain things. Building official have to meet certain requirements and stuff. We have all the certifications that we need to run a community development department as far as building safety. And if we have someone doing a job that they have not yet been certified for, they are working under the supervision of someone who is certified. So, like my plans examiner, he's studying to get his certification. He's a contractor. He's pretty smart and understands all that stuff. But I review a lot of his plans. If it's a little, hot water heater, we don't. But if it's anything else, then we look at it, we talk, we go over it. He asks any questions, and then I check it out real quick, and we move forward. So be confident that anything that comes out of our office, a certified person has seen it. So we meet weekly in ways to help with all projects throughout the county. We meet weekly with public health, wastewater, public works. Every Monday at 9 o'clock, we have a meeting. Michael Driscoll and Josh are there quite often. And we get answers, and we have things that have popped up, questions that have occurred, and we try to deal with those every Monday. And I will tell you, it has helped a lot with getting us all together so that we can consistently go. It used to be a health inspector would go by a kitchen and he would do his job and then ignore that they're rebuilding half the building. And now that's brought every Monday. We talk about the projects, we see it, we go out there, we deal with it. So it works out really. We meet as often as we need to with county attorney to make sure we're staying in the law requirements and don't want to make anything up. We meet with APS on a quarterly basis to go over anything they may need from us and any projects we may have coming up. So in other words, if I know that next to the IJ, the RV park is coming up, I warn APS so they can be ready for that project coming forward, and they can bring in power or whatever they need, infrastructure to handle that. So we communicate with not only internally but externally. And then as Supervisor Klein brought up, yesterday we met, and we do that with other supervisors and try to keep everyone up to date on what we're doing, time frames that it takes to do stuff, and any problems we may or may not have, and answer any questions they have from constituents as we move forward. So here is our building department. This year, just ended in July, we have issued roughly 1,300 permits. And if you average that out, that's about 8 a day. As you see, 64 new single-family homes with a total valuation of $11 million. If you remember when we got together about 4 years ago, we were doing 31. So we've over doubled the amount of, not just the work, but we've doubled the amount of single-family homes that are coming into the area. As you know, that helps with taxes and everything else, but it costs a lot of work. So we've doubled our output in that area.
Can I ask you a question?
Absolutely, sir.
I guess we can ask these questions through this presentation, so we won't lose them.
Yes, sir.
So 64 new single-family homes, that's throughout the county, right?
That's throughout the county. I am sorry, I'm unable to tell you exactly where they are.
Oh, that's fine.
But that's not including, as you can see, you take 64 from 1,300. Now we have all the remodels and all the things that go along with that. That's just 64 new single-family homes.
And that's what was interesting to me because before in the years past, You were, what'd you say, 30?
We had, my last meeting at 4 years, we had 31. And we thought that was a lot that day. I think it was because Young was building up something. And we were at 31 then, that was about 4 years ago. And we have now doubled that. So no more staff. We've had the same staff ever since for the last 9 years that I've been here. And that's usually the reason I brought up single family. That's usually what the state uses to do our money that they want to give us. They have lists, Dodge report and stuff that we have to report how many single family homes we have. And they use that for whatever data they use. They pick that. All of our stuff for our permits, like the people talked earlier, we have to tell them how long it took, which is good and bad, but they don't really look at how long. I may have given a needs list to a contractor and it took 3 months for him to get me back the answers. But the thing I have to report to the state every September now is how long it took those 64 to start to finish. Whether it's their fault, my fault, anyone's fault, they take it from the day they submit it till the day I issue a C of O. And we're not in control of everything, but that's what they're using.
So is there somewhere an average of what it takes from start to finish?
No, I mean, I've had some that have taken 12 years, some that are 8 months. You got to remember the code requires 12 inspections, and I'm going to say you might fail 1 or 2 in those, where they can fix it the next day. There was dirt fell in or whatever. But there's 12 required inspections, so you're going to have at least 12 trips to that facility, house, whatever it is. Can be more, can be less. It depends what they have. They can require welding, special inspections, and things that come in. But it'll be at least 12 stops to that house.
Randy, I want, Mr. Chair, if it's all right, if it's not, just tell me, but I want to back
Yeah,
up
we're in a work session.
a little bit on this, because I'm looking at 64 new homes and the fact that you doubled in the last 4 years, things like that. And then you talked earlier about you have 12 folks on staff and you're going to 15.
Yes, sir.
So man, it's hard to see in the future. I know, I get it, and it's hard to say what this is going to do. Is it going to go up from here? Is it going to go back down? I guess who really knows? But I know our discussion yesterday and the time it takes to get through the permitting and stuff. You talked about that. So going to 15, what do you see the advantages or maybe it's going to speed up processes? I mean, what do you think that's going to do?
So you mean like what can make inspections go quicker type thing? Yeah. They have ICC has approved in a baby form doing virtual inspections. So in other words, let's say I don't know what the list is. I haven't gotten much into it, but they'll have a contractor have a phone, look at something. They got to go slow enough. You got to have a guy standing or sitting in an office so reviewing that. So you're taking the person out of the field to put them in an office. Some people liked it. Some people didn't. Some people thought it helped speed up. Some people thought it slowed it down. Because like if I go look at a fitting or a footing on a small addition, I mean, that's 5 minutes of looking at the steel. We'll check the bottoms and make sure in the plans, but you're a 15 minute inspection there, where if you're doing it virtually, sometimes, if the guy tries to go too quick, hey, slow down, go back to the beginning, and you kind of go through that, it can take longer. So there hasn't been any clear distinction on the best going forward. The one thing I will say that they have improved on, and we have helped in this, is virtual, it's called Blue Table, where you can do plan review on an Etch-a-Sketch. So that's good.
I'll chime in. Okay. So Supervisor, his original, when we moved into this, his original organizational chart had a building official, a deputy building official. And so what we spoke with Randy about is, and I think everybody in the room agrees, Randy's very good at the building official stuff. I think where he really wishes somebody would help him more is with some of the board stuff and those type of activities, so that we can kind of help keep Randy focused on the area we really need him, because according to Randy, it's very difficult to hire a building official. That's why we've had those positions open for so long. So we worked with Randy to really say, what do we need to do to make the department work most effectively? So we took the building official position, downgraded, or I suppose kind of lateraled it to make it into the currently posted, or I think it just closed, Deputy Director of Community Development, which would hopefully get somebody else trained and learning, unless we find somebody that's fully qualified, to kind of learn some of the tasks that Randy does, while at the same time hopefully taking some of that burden off of Randy, so he's not doing as much administrative work and he can actually do some more of his building official work again. And then we actually took that chief building official, since it hasn't been able to get anybody qualified to apply for a long time, and we asked Randy again, where are you lacking the most? And it was that permit tech position at the desk, having another person that could get all those sped up with all the additional building we were doing in the county. So that was the reason those two positions were posted and chose, because we really it came down to, he's been running the department with what it is. We've got vacant positions that aren't getting filled. So we asked him, how can we speed this process up to get you being able to do what you're best at more in the field, and then with what we've been able to hire.
Yeah.
And that included short-term rental, which is under our purview. You know, you guys agreed with a position when we brought that process forward. We did it internally with current staff, and now, thanks to Michael and Josh, we've been able to fill that position, or will be able to fill that position moving forward, which will also relieve workloads of our current staff.
So with that position, particularly that position, well, there's a couple things. Is the workload there to that one that's gonna keep one person busy on that?
Well, yes, because they're going to be doing short-term rental and code enforcement. So it'll relieve the code enforcement from having to go out and verify any problems that have occurred. And I will tell you, you can ask Kim. She's the one that did it for us this last year. And she tells me it definitely could have a full-time person involved there.
The system that they used, I haven't been on as much as they have. It's really nice, but it does take a lot of time, especially if you're going in there weekly or whatever, to check all the reports it brings up of places that have added to the list that haven't paid. So I mean, it comes down to me, just so everyone knows our philosophy. And I think Michael agrees with me on this, but I'm a firm believer that there's no position below any of us when we're doing jobs. But if I'm paying somebody $50, $60, $70 an hour, my stance is always I would prefer Randy not do things that I can pay a staff $20 or $30 an hour for, right? I want to also be as efficient as possible, and I see what him and Kim do, and we were saying, yeah, we could do this more efficiently so that Randy's spending his time doing what we'd really rather pay him to do. And I think that's another one of those positions where that happened, was Kim and Randy are spending the time doing that because there isn't a staff, you know, in the lower weeds area, line staff to do those things. So we've got two of our more expensive staff checking websites and checking the program to see what else is going on.
The efficiency part is something I'm really into, you know, no matter what department. I mean, that's something we have to be accountable to our constituents about. And so to keep that in mind, I personally think that's a good thing. And I'm not opposed to going to 15. You know, I'm not opposed to that. What I'm asking is, what's that going to look like going forward with permitting, code enforcement, things like that? To my way of thinking, it should ultimately speed everything up even faster than what you tell me. 16 days for a permit yesterday.
First review. And yes, so the reason I brought to Joseph or Josh the permit tech is that front-loaded process, because we went to computers, takes longer. You know, if it's in paper, I can deal with it in 2 hours. When it's on digital, it can take 4 hours. So I'm going to get that process, which gets it into the queue faster. plan reviewing can get done quicker. So that is the plan the reason I asked for that position. As you can see, we did 1,500 plan reviews, 5,600 inspections. Total value of the permits we brought in were 32 million. We had 5,000 people roughly at our counters, and 13,000 phone calls.
Can I ask you a question on the 32 million total valuation?
Yes, sir.
How did you come up with that number, Randy? I'm just asking because I don't know how you did it.
Every project tells us a value. So when a contractor comes in, brings his plan, says he's building a house, he says it's going to cost me $1 million. And we write that down. It goes into the computer, and it also calculate that out in our computer. But we usually go with what the contractor has given us. So that is the total numbers that the contractors have given us.
So going through the process further, when you spoke of property values earlier, does that figure somehow correlate to the actual property values through the assessor's office, or how does that work?
The values that I said community development helps with is by the zoning, we keep the setbacks in there. We don't let the businesses in a neighborhood, those kind of things, which help keep the values up. If you have a neighborhood that you're proud of, and then you turn around and let a pig farm in there,
right?
It's not going to keep your values up.
So it's in a different,
not building
yes,
necessarily.
Gotcha.
But the quality of buildings that we go with and we put up, helping the value also. You don't want a single wide in the middle of a neighborhood in Pine. So you're helping with the construction types and what they're allowed.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, can I just
go ahead?
Okay, thanks. Randy, just a quick question. Sounds kind of silly, but you have 1,555 plan reviews, but you only have 1,296 permits. You're reviewing more plans than what is being permitted.
No, sir. You may be doing 2 or 3 plan reviews on the same project.
Oh, I see. Okay. And we may get to this point, but I am, and we've spoken about this before, the virtual permitting or the virtual inspections on some of the inspections, I think, is a direction towards the future.
Well, yes, sir.
Yeah. And
the biggest problem we have with that is also, as everyone knows, phone reliability in all of Gila County is not very, it's getting much better with the new towers that we brought in, but there's still problems with that.
Well, some of the remote areas that we have, young, we only have a person there maybe once a week right now. And we're going to try and remedy that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks.
Buildings also, we're transitioning from, we've talked about this before, 2012 I-codes to the 2024 I-codes. Payson's currently looking at those. I've talked to a company that has written them for them. They're kind of going in through a transition right now. Globe here has 2021 codes. So we're trying to keep it as close to our neighbors as possible when we move forward with that.
Now, when we get into the codes, Randy, and we've had this discussion before, we don't have to adopt them all. We can pick and choose what we're going to take as far as the county's concerned, right?
We can pick and choose the I codes, unless you want to rewrite your own code. But all I codes relate to each other, so mechanical. We can modify the codes to only deal with our snow loads, only deal with our wind loads. We don't truly adopt the energy code, which is a big selling point now, but we don't have to adopt all of the code, but usually you adopt the year of the code the same, and it's supposed to be no more than every 6 years, or your ISO gets hit for that. But we can modify the code. So in other words, we make buildings so tight that you gotta put a hole in them to get an air exchange. We don't have to adopt that part of it, but you gotta adopt all the structural parts or ISO will hit you to.
So those are a must.
Those are basically, you could still choose not to do them, but your ISO is gonna get hit for that. But structurally, why would you want to take the liability of adopting a new code that says you should have used a 6x6 beam and put a 4x4 in there and say, yeah, we thought it was good?
So would your have patience with me for asking these
No, no.
questions, but the ISO part of it, does that correlate to our insurance rates?
That yes, and that also helps the insurance company decide if they want to be here. You know, if we have too much not par, not code compliant houses, and we have stuff falling down or fire come through and they go up, you know, real easily, insurance companies, as you know, will decide not to go there. They're not required to insure anyone that wants it. So the more confidence they can have in the product that they're insuring, the better off they are. And that's why they created the ISO, so they can look at our ordinances and our modifications to the code to see if they are okay with that. And if they're not, then they mark us down, right? It's a fluctuating scale, 1 to 5. So you can be, you know, downtown LA where they spend $1 million on training every year, and you can get to a 1 or a 2. You can go to us, where we are at a 9 now because we're so far behind on adopting codes that it does affect our citizens on what they're paying for insurance.
So I'm asking these questions because in the past I've had these questions brought to me. Why is insurance companies not covering me? Why am I being dropped? Why am I being this, that, and other thing? Well, a lot of the reason was the fire issue. I mean, and I personally believe that a lot of it is because insurance companies can do what they want to do. But so when you look at the codes and you have it up there that we need to go towards the 24 codes, is there automatically going to be a benefit in insurance rate just by adopting up to 24 codes, do you think?
So instantaneously, no. We've already had our inspection. They already came and checked us out. As I reported when we started looking at going to 24, we're bad, right? Because we've been 2012 since we've adopted a code. The decision or the direction I received was we have to adopt this, or they're supposed to adopt code every 6 years. You're not supposed to miss more than 2, and a code comes out every 3 years. So you're not supposed to miss more than 2 code cycles. We might as well go to 2024. It's the latest edition out. The 2021 went farther than the 2024. In the 2024, they backed up the 2021 code to be a little less strict. So we were adopting the latest code, which gives us the most time going forward into the future, and it was less restricted than the 2021 code.
Okay.
Now, you have contractors in the audience. They're going to tell you they don't want to adopt any codes probably, and you should trust them and they do everything right, and some of them do. Not all of them.
That's a two-way street, I think. You know, I don't know a lot about the codes, Randy. I'll tell you and everybody in this room that. I've looked at them to the point I go to sleep. So it's like, and some of them, I've dealt with you on some things, you know, building this or that. Seems a little ridiculous, but we get through it, we do it. But my biggest question, I think, through all of this, how will we be able to come to a point in our codes that is good for our people in Gila County, and not be going overboard with the codes? How do you do that? I mean, is that something where there again, we're looking at consultants to do this, or are we looking at a committee from the public to do this, or you do it in-house? How do you do that? I mean, I'm not one that, I guess, that would say that, hey, we just take the 24 codes and that's it. I like to know what is exactly in the 24 codes and what pertains and what doesn't. I'm sure there's some things.
There's a lot of things. I don't know of any jurisdiction that adopts a code straight. I mean, I just don't. They all modify them for their area. Here, we have a 40-pound snow load. Why do I need a 60-pound snow load in the code? Just confuses us, so I might as well take that out. Again, the structural part is the hard part to get around. That's, you know, that's where the insurance company really look. They really don't care if the owner puts 10-shear air conditioner in his house. You know, they really don't care about those kind of things. The big things they don't like when you do that is there's usually in their policies a code upgrade thing. So if they burned a house, they have to pay for so much upgrades into the codes. And that's where with us on the 2012 and everyone, the state's on a 2018 or 21, I'm not positive anymore. They got to pay for that difference. That's a lot of money. So that's why they want us to keep us up on the code. So there's not as big a difference from replacing anything that was built for the 21 or for the 12 code and going to 21. That's a lot of years that, as we know, things change daily, you know. But if you're asking me what the best policy is, or what 90% of the jurisdictions do, are hire a consultant. But they don't, I agree, they don't know our area. They don't know that we have a lot of cabins up in Geronimo. They don't know Tonto has a lot of single families that are manufactured homes or those kind of things, and stuff up in Young, you know, is agricultural. So they have to figure that out. But that's why I've written 3 codes that have got the ISO, and I've been at a 4. So that usually means I'm okay, you know. So you certainly can hire a consultant. You can certainly hire groups. You can certainly do all that stuff. But before we come to you, there'll be public outreach. There'll be there's usually a book put out by the ICC with significant changes.
Yeah.
So they tell you the difference between each code. And we would basically have a fact sheet going forward with that between the 12, which is going to be substantial, and the 24.
Well, I think on that part alone, there'd be some really good conversation on that. I really do. I welcome it. I'd like to hear it, you know, I'd like to see it.
And I can tell you, we will reach out to a bunch of contractors. We'll give them the copies. I mean, they're the ones that are going to have to comply. We're not going to hide this stuff just because it's, you know, they're not going to all be happy and they're not all going to be sad.
Right.
But we're going to do what's best that we see best for Gila County. And then the contractors can come to you and say, Randy's whacked. And
Gino does that all the time.
He does. He reminds me about that. But yeah, they could come to you and say, there is no reason for this.
So these are the hurdles that I see that I like to see us work towards not having those kind of hurdles. You know, what works for Gila County? What do we need? I'm not a builder, you know. And goodness, we got people in the audience that are, you know, and savvy that, and we do all throughout the county. We have a lot of builders, you know. So when it really gets down to that and the codes and bringing everything up, I think it's going to be a big process. Is what I think. I mean, that to me isn't something you just rubber stamp in a day and go on with it.
Oh no. And that's I've been working on it for 8 months now. And I have some stuff to plagiarize, you know, from people, consultants that have written codes that I know. And I look at each item, and when they bring up something, like, is that really us or not? But we will reach out to the contractors. I do contractors luncheons, haven't done one in a while because we haven't changed anything with adopting of code. But when we do, we'll reach out to them. I figured out when you feed them food, contractors show up, and it'll be a collaborative thing. I'm not
Needs
going to bring to
input.
you
Yeah.
an item that Randy wrote and Randy kept and Randy adopted. That's not going to happen.
Good, good. No, I'd like to see the input. I really would.
Okay.
All this, so.
All right, making sure my little notes on here. Now, one of the things that we will, you need to understand also is the town of Payson, the city of Globe, is different than the county of Gila County.
Yep.
State laws require I do certain things as a county that I don't have to do with the city, or things that the city's allowed to do that the county's not. So everyone says, why don't you just adopt the area code? Well, you
Not
can't.
the same.
You know, it's not the same. Okay, we're moving on from building to code enforcement. We currently have, like I said, 2 code enforcement officers for all of the county. And currently they have 300 active cases. I have a breakdown of where those cases go. We have a hearing officer that's on contract now. We have monthly meeting, which is the 3rd Thursday of each month. That he's pretty, he is very lenient up to a point. When you've kept coming to him for 6 times, he's not going to be very lenient, but he is going to give you as much chances and opportunities to fix the issue. We've also talked a little bit with Michael about getting another hearing officer, like for the Globe area here. So we've had a current code officer got sick, and we had to cancel a meeting. I was glad to hear the state was changing the notifications. We had where we put a thing into the newspaper, notify, they didn't publish, had to cancel the meeting. But he keeps pretty busy. He also does other things for us, animal control and stuff with Josh and everything else. But I've met, Supervisor Humphrey has met with him, talked with him. I can set up any meeting you guys would want in the future to do. Code enforcement is very, very, very tricky, even a little bit more than building, because contractors know what's required. They're licensed contractors. Again, some comply, some don't, but they have went through that process and vetting that the state has went through them and given them a license. Code enforcement is extremely personal. You're walking up to someone's property and say, you did this wrong, you didn't, whatever it is, you could have dead cars all over the place. That gets personal. I'm saving those cars because I'm going to build one with my son when he's born. So it's a very delicate situation. I've talked with all the supervisors before about, if we come in and we just go gangbusters on an area, you're going to get a lot of phone calls, and then you're going to call me and say, what are you doing? And so we do try to keep that as down as possible. There's a lot of life that goes on. I mean, drive around anywhere in Gila County, there's some blight somewhere that you've been. And dealing with those is tough, but our guys are on there. We try to be as gentle as possible, try to give them a warning, then we give them a 30-day warning, then we'll issue an NOV. So before they've ever gone to the hearing officer, they've probably had at least 60 days of time to correct an issue. And most likely, if they really said they were going to fix it, the hearing officer would give them another 60 days. So one of the questions the hearing officer asks a lot is, when do you tell me it's going to be done? That's not, that way we're not imposing time frames or anything else. It's that person saying, well, I can have it done in 30 days or 60 days, and then he holds them to that. So I think that's legit. And I tell everyone, I've talked to the lawyers and everything, we really don't care about the fines. That's not a budget item that I take seriously, but he uses those fines as a deterrent to get them into compliance. I will tell you, a normal fine is after their first hearing and they're coming to their second hearing, he'll usually issue a $200 fine. And then if he gets to a third one, he'll usually put a $50 a day fine until it comes into compliance. So I've seen him take a case and give them 4 months to come into compliance. And then they come and they like, well, I still need another 4 months. No, you know. You've already given me this time. You've already had this much time. You need to be in compliance. So he uses the fines as a deterrent. And some people will always tell you, always want the money. There's not enough money there that it matters doing that.
So one thing about all that, Randy, is I understand the fines, I understand being out of code or having issues, whatever it is. What I've seen is your code enforcement may drive by 3 different properties to get to this one for an issue because the neighbor turned them in because they had a fight over the fence or something like that. But there's 3 other issues that they just drove by. That's when I get the call saying, I'm getting hammered on this. What about the people down the road right there? They're doing the same thing I was doing, you know, and that's the way it snowballs. That's the way it happens.
It does. We are complaint driven. So unless you don't want that, I could tell you just there's some areas right now, if we went and hit everyone, you're going to get a lot of phone calls off that everyone. And so we try to temper that as much as possible. Now, I do tell code enforcement, drive the same street that you went to. So if I got a complaint and it's middle of the road, they deal with that. I tell them to drive that street up and back, look for any other issues, and we write them up. So you may not always be the person that started it or ticked off the neighbor or whatever, but we run in that to a lot, as Kim can testify. Well, they always say, well, there's 6 other people, and we tell them always, you want to give us addresses and fill out a complaint form, we'll go out, check those out.
And a lot of people won't do that.
A lot of people won't do that.
You know?
There are some that
I'm
that
sure
do.
there's some. And you know what? Some of the calls I get or we've dealt with in the past, it's kind of crazy, you know, somebody might be helping do whatever. But then there's that little feud that happens, and next thing you know, the fingers are pointed.
Yep. And that's why I have my code enforcement drive up and down the street so that we're treating everyone right there the same. I mean, as much as possible. I'm not going to say that nothing ever gets missed, but as much as possible, we try to cover the area that the complaint was on, and we've got everyone we can right there. As Supervisor Humphrey knows, splitting of parcels now is rampant. I mean, I probably get 5 a week of surveys where they've split land, and that also causes issues because they bought this piece of land. They were told that they could do this stuff. That's not the case, you know. They thought they could dig out our roads. That's why we meet with Public Works and we deal with the right-of-ways as much as possible. It's tough for the miscommunications because people don't come in. I don't know why, but they will take the guy that just sold a piece of land that said you can do everything you want and never call our office.
That's because we have a perception of freedom.
And we do, except when you sign that piece of paper that says you're going to follow these rules in this zoning for that parcel, you made a commitment to the county and to your neighbors that you're going to follow that. You know, so I can't help them that if they don't verify stuff that they're not going to get in trouble. But again, we will give them the 10-day, the 30-day, take them to hearing, and they say, well, I was told I could build it upside down. And who told you that? Well, the guy that sold me the land. Well, that's not the guy you should have went to. And we've had lots of outreaches. I know Supervisor Humphrey at all of his public meetings tells them when a permit's required, gives, we do as much outreach as we really can, but the facts are they don't want to come to a government office to verify that they can or can't do something. So they'd rather trust the neighbor to say, oh, it won't be a big deal. Just go ahead and do what you want to do.
So we could probably debate your department for months, but I think we do need to upgrade the code. I mean, that's kind of the decision you're looking for. We need to upgrade the code to the 24 model and then tinker with it as needed. We have to do it. I mean, we really don't have a choice. If we don't do it, then it messes with our insurance, it messes with our standing, it messes with a lot of things, so we have to do it. It's been done traditionally over decades of time. It's just, this is the time we get to do it again, and it'll get done again later. And so some of the issues that I feel are problematic is where a person may buy a property that has a pre-existing problem. They didn't know it. They didn't do their due diligence. There's this perception of everything's okay. We live in a free country. Their shed's in the wrong place. Their garage was added onto. There's all these things. And so I'm one to say we shouldn't be looking for problems. We should be more or less neighbor or complaint driven if there's an issue. Is there any grandfathering in? Is there any time limit, statute of limitations on issues like that, where a person has bought a property that is non-conforming?
So the state took this on about 5 years ago, and they made a rule. They kind of backed the rule. It said if your prior tenant has built a shed, it's considered you can't make them get a permit, right? Sounds all great and options there. But then they turn around and said, unless it's unsafe, unless it doesn't meet current code, if it doesn't do this, well, 90% of them are going to do that, right? So there is no grandfathering in any code book. There says if it was legal, non-conforming. So the word starts off, it wasn't legal. It may not meet today's code, but was it ever legal? So it illegal non-conforming. You had a shed, it was legal at that time, and they continue to use it, then yes, that shed can be legal non-conforming, and we'll list it at that until they come and try to modify it. So if they had a shed in their backyard and it was legal when 2000, when there was a different code, they're fine. If they come back and try to modify that code and add on to it, move it closer to a property line, now it's got to meet today's code. So there is nothing that I'm aware of that, other than that kind of grandfathering, that there is. It's not written in the code book. It's not written in a zoning ordinance. It's not written in a master plan that grandfathering is legal. It's always legal non-conforming.
So as you drive down the street and your inspector looks and goes, oh, that might be a problem right there. If it's legal non-conforming, it's not a problem. So that's what needs to be determined, whether or not it was ever legal.
Right, so what he does is, as most inspectors do, he comes back to the office, looks it up. Oh, there was a permit for that shed in 1980. I don't care. Now, I've driven by, a guy took off the second story, took all the handrails off. That's not legal and that's not conforming. He's taken off, he's modified the deck, and he just said, well, I want to see the deer, is what he told us. That's why he took the handrail down. Well, You fall more than 30 inches, you gotta have a guardrail. So he
So
modified it.
Is it more or less a policy that you ask your guys to do that, or the requirement to look for other stuff down?
No, 90% of my inspectors, they only see when there's construction going on.
Yeah, okay.
So that's someone new building a shed or doing, that's what draws their attention because that's their focus. I don't have them go, hey, I want you to go drive down Main Street and find everything you can. You know, we don't have time for that. So
yeah,
we don't do that.
Right, good, because you'd spend all day long, all year long in some of the communities we have.
And never get to the new construction that we have going up. So
yeah, okay.
We're by the way, everyone thinks we got to set a quota. That is not the case. We don't have time to set quotas. Don't want to go that way. So our guys only go when there's a complaint, and then drive the street. That's enough about code enforcement. Any more questions about code enforcement? So here's some of our projects that we went on. So we are finishing up on that 2 million, which you were gracious enough to give us some money. We are going to finish it under budget. And the only thing we are currently waiting on right now is a hard drive. And then once we get the hard drive for IT to keep, then we will have them destroy the records. So that's the only last two thing. That's been a 2-year project. 2 million copies and 67 file cabinets full of papers are now digitized. And facilities this week has been picking up old file cabinets. So if you need one for your office, you can call facilities. You know, this helps by having it digitized. It helps with the faster access to the permits and the plans, prior stuff, their site plan. A lot of our sewer companies don't keep their records. They send them into us and tell the owner, go get the site plan that was approved for when this went up or whatever they're doing. So it helps communications because now we're all looking at the same thing. So if I have someone from Public Works that's looking at some drainage issues, we can pull it up anywhere we need to and look at the same picture, same thing, see the same thing. So that helps that. And that helps the customer service because you used to have to go find the file cabinet that it might be in and then saw that the land was split, have to go to another file cabinet to find the piece of paper in a file that's 3 inches thick to help the customer get a site plan. Where now we type in the parcel number, we see every piece of paper that's been involved with that parcel, we pull up the site plan, we either print it out or we email it to them. And it's quicker, easier, and better off. As you know, we just finished the fee study. You guys will be dealing with that. Here's the fun one.
Yep.
So, we're under a new zoning rewrite. This is a big thing for everyone. This is a lot of time that staff has put into this. And the zoning company, you've met with, you talked with. I believe you're going to be traveling next week when we have the P&Z meeting, but I think the other two supervisors will be there. They're got an outreach. You go onto our website, there's surveys they can fill out, answers for any customers who want to ask a question, want to put in a comment. They have a big outreach. But they came across 2 big questions. And so one is Young and Young Pleasant Valley. So it's not necessarily the question of our ordinances. Our ordinance say all incorporated area of Gila County. So permitting, all that stuff, we believe has been answered. The question is about zoned and unzoned. This company, who, like I said, do it all over the place, don't know of any other county or any other city in Arizona, I'm going to say county for sure, doesn't know of any unzoned parcels. We went to that company. I just had an ABM last week with all the Arizona building officials. They don't have any unzoned. We are currently, Josh is working on a contract right now for a attorney to review all this, as requested by the county attorney's office. Everyone I've known respects this attorney. I believe Joe knows him, Jessica knows him, Jeff knew him, and wanted to get him on 10 years ago, but we're currently in the process of dealing with that. He doesn't know of any unzoned areas in the county or any county in Arizona. There are sure places in other states that could. Arizona's not one of them. So the question is that they need an answer for, so we don't hold up anything, is whether, and there's options on how this gets done, of whether Young, Pleasant Valley should be zoned or stays unzoned. Now, per our master plan, Young was supposed to be zoned in 2008. It actually is written in 2003 is when the master plan was written. I've showed the supervisors 5 years it said it was supposed to be zoned. Can't tell you why it didn't. Can't tell you, what happened. People could have talked and said it wasn't going to be. That's not mine. My question is for the contractor we're using right now, he wants to know whether he should be zoned or unzoned and how we would even deal with it. He'll need the attorney to help him with that if we stay unzoned. They have a couple options to zone to zone the parcels, but that's, until it comes to the attorneys, I can't give you every answer you're going to want to have of that. So the question that I'm asking is, does the board want Young, Pleasant Valley to be zoned or unzoned? I'm sure that everyone.
Well, I don't, it's up to Joe, but I don't know if you can poll the board in a work session.
I'm asking for direct.
To say yes or no, I don't know.
Well,
that
I guess I'm asking.
You can ask that question straight up.
I guess I'm asking for direction.
Yeah. I would. Okay, I didn't want answers to start going off because
No, we're looking for a direction.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could suggest that we probably have some folks here that would like to speak regarding.
I know that, but also too, I saw short-term rentals, so we're gonna get into short-term rentals if you look back a little further.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, that's okay. I'm gonna let Josh. You stepped up, so.
No, I think you're good, and that's what we're looking for is a direction. As the board members know, all these plans that we're working on all have time frames, and we have the contractor hired, and really it's the first piece of the puzzle, right? To work on these plans, and although we're going to be bringing on an attorney to help the county attorney's office, kind of going back to what we said, can we do this? This attorney has expertise that Jessica and the county attorney's office felt that they didn't have, which I think does make it probably more efficient time-wise than our county attorney's office doing all of the work to bring in that information when we have somebody that we can bring on from a different county that's worked through these kind of problems for a long time. So
Then I have a question. We were all interviewed by the company that was hired. And they weren't given a direction by talking to each individual supervisor. And I'm asking a question not to get an answer from you, but I would think that if they interviewed me, I probably told them what I thought. And I would think that the other two supervisors would have done the same. And so I would think that you already have kind of the information, unless you want confirmation of the information. And then we'd have to ask Joe on how you would get that information and not when we're asking a board to be polled in a public meeting.
So this question I'm asking is at the direct request of the contractor. So
I would say
Okay.
based on their
Well, then I
response,
would recommend a phone call to each supervisor rather than to get a direction or a meeting with each supervisor with a direct question perhaps. But I don't think this is a time or place, but that's up to the attorney.
One,
Mr. Chairman, it's a delicate area of avoiding a violation of the open meeting law by either polling or asking separately the same question to all three to determine the sense of direction. But from listening to the conversation so far, it seemed like staff does have some direction. And having had the consultants talk to each of you of where where this thing should end up, taking into account that in the future there are going to be public hearings where the public you're going to be able to hear the public's input of their view of what is necessary. But I would caution against any action either by staff or by the retained consultants that might result in a violation of the open meeting law by essentially polling the supervisors. They can certainly speak to each other, re-interview you again if that's necessary to get a sense of where each supervisor stands or what each supervisor will be looking for in the final result. But they can't essentially ask you the ultimate question.
And I mean, where I am is I'm elected to represent my constituents. And if the person hired interviewed my constituents, had public meetings of my constituents, then I would probably stand with my constituents, whatever their issue was. So that would leave you not polling the board, that would leave you listening to the constituents of 3 different districts to, I can't speak for the other supervisors, but for me, myself, if you went to Tonto Basin and Roosevelt and Gila and places in my area and you ask my constituents what they felt about zoning, I believe they would tell you straight up. And then you would have an answer by the majority that I would probably stand behind because I'm voted in to represent my constituents. So I don't know if that's helpful. You know, we're kind of at a stalemate here, but I mean, that's where I'm at. And if they did do public meetings, then they probably have the feeling of the constituents in the different districts. But like I say, I'm going to go with the majority of my constituents. I can't speak for the other supervisors, but that's kind of where I'm at with it.
so I was interviewed, all 3 of us were, by this outfit, and brought up issues, things like that need dealt with and to be ironed out. But the zoning process is rather lengthy to go through it. You have a number of public meetings, things like that you have to work through. I remember going through that before, that came to nowhere. And it's not something I don't feel like that I sit here at the board and make that determination. Yeah, I have my personal feelings, but that doesn't mean that my constituents do, or the same, or vice versa. So I think, honestly, I firmly believe that Young has been put and kind of boxed in a peculiar place. I really do. No fault of Young. It was a process that the county started that never finished. Why, I don't know. We've talked about it. We've looked at it, and this is going to lead into the permitting stuff too. But why that came to be, there is no record of it anywhere. There's records of when it started. There is no records of when it changed. There wasn't any meetings that was documented where 3 supervisors said, Young Arizona is now going to operate this way. There was nothing of that nature. It just all of a sudden come to a point in time where it was under a different process. And so my biggest thing with this particular issue is that the folks in Pleasant Valley are not hammered on for the position they've been put in. It's not their fault. You're looking at the ones that are at fault who was in this building. And there again, this seems to be another circumstance, unfortunately, where it's dropped in our laps, to figure, Kathy's been through records, Sherry's been through records, the girls have helped looking through the records. They've dug deep to try and find something somewhere that said, hey, this is how it came to be. And the issue of the zoning part isn't hard. It just came to an end and didn't continue, didn't finish. And so the thing that you're going to hear me argue for and fight for is just the fact that the people in Pleasant Valley aren't hammered because of a county decision somewhere in the years past that we have to deal with now. They weren't asked, or they may have been asked, but it and a lot of those folks are gone now too. So it's not even, besides not being records to show why or how come this happened, there's nobody to really look back at. Joe's probably the one person in the county that has any idea, and we've had those discussions. And so I think this, and that's why these folks are here from Young today, and that's where the zoning, or the fact that it's not zoned, and the permitting problem collides right there. Now, I know what you say. I know what the attorneys are saying, that, it was passed to be, this permitting was supposed to take effect, yada, 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 from, I think it was 1986 or something like that when it became effective. I get it, okay? That's easy to see. That's recorded. That's documented. We can find that. But somewhere in the 90s, it changed. And there is no recorded reason for it. There is nothing there. But all of a sudden, to build a home, unless you wanted full permitting in this unzoned area, all you had to have was an electrical permit. People built homes like that. Those homes were built, and throughout the years, those homes were sold to other folks. You have homes that may have been passed through 5 different hands that was built this way. And so now the owners are sitting there thinking, oh my God, what am I going to do now? It's not their fault. It's the county's fault. And so that's where talking with you guys, talking to folks, trying to come up with a solution that's going to work is really, really important. And I've asked about the grandfather clause. I've asked about different things. I think Gino brought up the hold harmless agreement type deal. And I think we have some options out there that we can come to terms with and make work, and then going forward is maybe a different deal. But the big issue is that you still have real estate agents selling property in Young, Arizona. They've sold property in the past, lots of property. A lot of these real estate agents have been in business for years. And so they do their due diligence and have in the past. They've covered all their bases. They've done everything. But now an owner is sitting there saying, wow, this, okay, one is built without a permit. Well, a full permitting, yes. A partial permitting, they have electrical. So then you got real estate agents that's uneasy about that, thinking, well, we sold it. We put everything down that we know to do, but technically, are they liable still for a mistake the county had made all these years? And so it's a big issue. It's a very big issue. And I think from these consultants and from what I remember that interview, we talked about issues like this, obviously, because they know it. But no matter what, you can't just make the determination that we want it zoned or we want it unzoned. You just can't make that determination. You have to have that at public involvement. You've got to go through the process and see where it goes. I don't know. I can't tell you. There's been a lot of the old people that's passed away on that mountain. There's been a lot of newcomers that's moving in. Some of them move in there because they like the freedom. They like what's there. They like the way it was when they bought the property. Now they're being told different things. Okay? Where it would go from a public standpoint, I can't tell you. I really can't. I don't really know. All I know is what I think about it.
Okay, hold on. We've got a lot more to go. And I appreciate the past history and stuff, but we're gonna have to move forward. I think as far as making a decision on zoning today, we've determined that you can't pull the board. And so, I mean, we know the past, but we also need to move forward because we have other work session items to go over. And so, we have gentlemen call the public. I said, gentlemen, is this about zoning or is this about, short-term rentals? What is your input, interest today?
You want to know from me?
Well, okay. Okay, so we're not the short-term rentals yet. Okay, work session for zoning on Robert Turner and building and zoning. Okay, so I have two on building and zoning. Do you have anything to add other than what Supervisor Klein has gone through? No, wait. If you do, come up, state your name and do stuff. If you don't, then don't worry about it. But if you do, come on up. Randy, take 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, just right off.
Robert
Yes,
Turner.
Robert Turner.
P.O. Box 47, Young, Arizona.
Yes.
Okay. And your phone number is 602-448-5997?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, actually, you've mentioned something about short-term rental. I would like to talk about the building code and what happened with me when I built my homes. I have 3 structures in Young. And then it also ties into a problem I'm having with my VRBO because of these building codes. Okay?
Oh, okay. Building codes now, building codes when there was only electrical building.
I want everybody in the board and everybody in the room to understand what I went through when I built 3 permanent structures on my 2 lots in Young. And how that is affecting me now. And if I want to do something on those lots.
Okay, but can you do it like in 3 minutes?
Absolutely.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Okay, here we go. So in 2003, I bought property in Young, 5 acres. It was divided into 2.5 properties. My father-in-law built a house, and later on, my wife and I built a workshop and a house. I was involved in the construction of all these buildings, and they were done right. My best friend's a general contractor down the valley. He assisted me. Everything was done right. When we went and got the permit for my father-in-law's building, it was 0405, and we went into the county and we said, this is what we have. We have a set of plans and we want this permit. They flipped to the electrical page, didn't look at anything else, and they said, all you have to have is an electrical permit. You don't need any other inspections, nothing like that. I said, what about a C of O? You don't need a C of O unless you are using a lender. My father-in-law was paying for cash for the building. Fast forward to 2010, I built a workshop, non-residential, it's a workshop, and it required a permit. So I went down, I got a permit, and I was told the exact same thing, that I did not need anything more than an electrical permit. Okay, I did it. A question about the C of O again, it wasn't needed because it's not being funded, it was paid cash. Fast forward to 2017, I retire, I moved to Young permanent, and I build my home. And it was the exact same conversation. I take the set of plans in there, the people at the building department, they flip right to the electrical page. That's all they want to see because I only need a electrical permit. I questioned about the C of O again. They again told me you don't need a C of O if you're not using a lender. Okay, fast forwarding to now, my father-in-law passed away. I inherited the house. We've heard this story before because I've been for the STR meetings. Now we have this house, and I'm required to get a permit to rent this as a short-term rental. Well, the ordinance that was finalized, I think it says something to the effect it has to be under current, or it has to apply to or adhere to building codes. So I applied for my permit, and I cannot get a permit because the house does not have a C of O on it. I have a conversation that day with Mr. Plummer here, and he informed me of two items that I think are interesting. Was one, I could still rent it long term. I could use it as a guest house, or I could live in it, but I could just not do it as an STR. And I don't know how that would differentiate in any law. And the second item I thought was really unusual about it is he said it would have to be inspected and it would have to comply with 2012 building codes, even though the building was built, the residence was built in before even 2012. And then during this conversation here, Supervisor Klein brought up the grandfathering thing. It's actually called the non-conforming use, and there is Arizona state law that applies to that. It's called non-conforming use. And so I think that when I went down the county, when I built each of those structures, the county made a decision at some point, like Supervisor Klein mentioned, that they said only Young has to have electrical permits, and then you're good. And I did that. So in my opinion, I think that I fulfilled my obligation, and I was given the permit to complete a house, and I've been paying residential property taxes on 2 houses now. My father-in-law paid the taxes on that, and I've done everything right. I did everything that the county said to me that I had to do. I went by their rules, and that means I am in compliance. And in my opinion, I think the county should send me a C of O for each one of my buildings based on that, because I did what I was told.
Okay, Robert, thank you for your input. We can't do anything on call to the public. It's a call to public list, even though we're in a work session. Okay, Eugene? And that Wallet?
Wolcotty, sir.
Okay, yeah, I can't read. You're writing.
Sorry.
Okay,
I went to Pine School, sir.
Okay, Eugene, and would you spell your last name?
Wolcotty, Wullkotte.
Okay, and your phone number is 928-978-2900?
Yes, sir.
And you are at 9310 West Juniper Road, Strawberry, Arizona?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I've lived on that street for most of the last 47 years. I vote in Supervisor Christensen's district, but I own property in Supervisor Klein's district. I'm a builder, been a builder for 30 years in Gila County. I'm also a member of the Town of Payson Building Advisory Board. I'm for the obvious things that need to happen in Young. I'm for planning and zoning from a professional standpoint. I think that the August 2027 completion date for any zoning in Young, Arizona would be incredibly aggressive because there's so much that needs to be done there. It's still a blank slate. From the planning department and what they're requiring now for permits, I've been doing that for years over there. That doesn't bother me either. What bothers me is the folks who have bought there under pretenses that were different than what the county is saying today. And the implications of that and the Pandora's box that's going to create for this county. As a lifelong member of this county and voting member of it, we're making huge mistakes and we're doing it very, very quickly. And I feel that this county needs to slow down. They need to give everyone their day and their voice. And they also need to make people educated because there's business transactions going on in that part of the county right now that people are buying into things they don't understand because it's being talked about in this circle, but it's not being talked about out on the street. And people are being duped and lied to. And they should know that. I have lost business deals because people are now being held accountable for things that they don't want to be held accountable for. That's why they moved there. And I'm not saying that I support that. I personally think we should have planning and zoning. I think it's very important for life safety. I also think it's important for the values in young Arizona. But to wad it up in a ball and shove it down a horse's throat's not the best way to get the horse to saddle and ride. So I think the August 27 for Young itself is a little aggressive. I think you guys have some years ahead of you to get Young zoned and zoned properly. In the meantime, we still have to protect the owners in that county. There's 5,500 acres, some of which has been under permitting and some of which hasn't. And I own property, in a bunch of property that hasn't been part of that, and so therefore I will have properties that will have issues, and I will have to deal with that. But so do a lot of folks, and a lot of those folks can't afford to pay engineers and to deal with these things. And I think that a slow roll and due diligence, rather than trying to rectify 30 or 40 years of mistakes in 5 minutes, would probably be a very wise decision.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I say a few things? Without
Is it about zoning, or is it
It's
about
about
what has
zoning.
been said on call to the public?
It's about zoning, which is the topic.
Yes, go ahead.
Randy, I want to clarify a couple of things. First of all, zoning and ordinance are two different topics, correct?
I want to make sure I answer your question. Zoning itself is different than adopted ordinances.
All right. In the past, ordinance was not applied to the Pleasant Valley area because it was thought, because it was not zoned, they could not do so. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is it correct to say that that was an incorrect evaluation?
Yes, sir.
We can have a building ordinance in Pleasant Valley without zoning.
Yes, sir.
Zoning protects property owners from having adjacent uses completely incompatible.
Yes, sir.
That's its purpose.
Yes, sir.
Okay. If the people of Pleasant Valley don't want zoning, we can do that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm glad we got that cleared up.
I will say that's a legal
Yes.
question, that last one.
So we can leave the zoning part alone.
Yes,
All
sir.
right. Hagler Creek, the 76 Ranch, the Conway Ranch, these are isolated properties. Are those zoned?
Yes.
They are. And how are they zoned? Agricultural?
So that's not a zoning, that's a use.
A use.
So they're usually GU when they're out rural. GU, they are zone GU, which pretty much allows for a lot of stuff. But we are talking, by the way, I did get with Tom Holman, and we are talking 885 parcels that are unzoned in Gila County, and there are 36,000 total zone or total parcels in Gila County. So we are talking 2.something% of the unzoned areas in Gila County.
So if the people that own property in Young resist zoning, even to the point of GU, because they'll feel that something's being taken from them, then that can be respected. And you still have your job and you still have your department and everything moves along.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all I think that's all I really wanted to know.
Can I bring one up real quick?
But make it short, because we got more stuff and another person to speak, and I've got a meeting at 5 o'clock that I am gonna make.
So GU, Randy, is something me and you've discussed in the.
Yes, sir.
And it's not really a zoning classification. It's just like a catch-all, is the way you explained
It's a
it.
holding that we used why we zoned something. And I will tell you, that is the second question that was asked by this outside contractor. So, yes. But they talked about as one of the options, doing a PAD, planned area development. So they call Young PAD, that's its zoned, it's PAD. And now we can decide what we do with the PAD. So there is a way to get there without taking away anything that people may want.
But I guess what really want to say about GU is the fact that it probably needs to be addressed by this board as well to have an actual zoning classification, right?
Yes, sir.
And so, I mean, that's just another example of kind of off kilter for all these years, I guess, in my opinion.
That's the reason that we're doing zoning, is to work on some of the GU and different zonings within Gila County. Okay, Randy, take 5. I think Joe has a comment or question on something that Supervisor Christensen had commented on.
Requirements by statute are independent and separate from the requirement for building codes and building permits. In 1951, the Arizona legislature enacted the Arizona revised statute, section 11-831, that provides, except in those cities and towns that have an ordinance relating to the issuance of building permits, the board of supervisors shall require a building permit for any construction of a building or annexation of a building exceeding the cost of $1,000 within this jurisdiction. The building permit will be filed with the board of supervisors or the state building. That was good law since 1951.
So the practice that's been occurring in Young for the last, say, 30 years was wrong.
It's not in conformance with the building state law.
Okay.
Because that has required a building permit for anything exceeding the cost of $1,000.
Right. And we have people.
During the time I was county attorney, I don't think I ever advised the board of supervisors to do anything. That is independent of zoning.
Yeah, we're up to our knee in a big pit of over it.
Okay, you're good? Okay,
Thank you.
Randy?
So I have short-term rentals I can go over. You've had comments about them. I can come back another time. I know that you have. I know, Michael, am I set up for August or September or something already for coming back, right? So I'm already set up to come back. If you want to move on to the next subjects, I'm more than willing to.
Well, let's go on to, wow. Yeah, we got comprehensive master plan, short-term
Well, we don't need
rental,
to talk about that because that was the
legislative,
RFP
huh?
today.
Do
We don't
what?
need to go over the RFP because we already voted on that today.
Okay.
So I really could just limit it to a quick thing on short-term rentals, but that's up to you. sir.
Okay, hold on. Let's listen to the comment on short-term rentals, because then maybe you can just ask a question instead of us getting into another 30-minute conversation. So we have Bill Tilton. Okay. P.O. Box 436, Young, Arizona.
Yes, sir.
Phone number 602-628-7889.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you want to comment on short-term rentals? And
Yes,
so
sir.
I appreciate it if you'd make it as short as possible.
I'll make it quick, and I echo what Mr. Turner and Mr. Klein have said about short-term rentals. In 2018, I bought a home in Young as an investment. I moved there in 2007, but I bought a home in 2018 as an investment. And in that course of that years, I put over $40,000 into that, improving it, because the construction on it wasn't. I've been in construction all my life, and the construction on that home was not up to par, especially if I was going to rent it out on a short-term rental type deal. So I've put a lot of money into that. Well, recently, when the county required us to put to get a permit to rent this out, I was denied that certificate of occupancy because I never got it. And so that was the question that Mr. Turner and I had have is how do we get that certificate of occupancy? My own resident, I wasn't given one there, and so I have never seen one. So that was my question, and how we are able to get a certificate of occupancy where we can use these as short-term rentals. And that's why I yielded that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Randy, if you want to go into short-term rentals, go ahead and go fast.
We
Or
currently
if you
have
want to
300
just hold and wait, because there wasn't really any questions. Yeah, let's just call it for now, if that's okay. Joe, you okay with us not completing that particular portion of our work session? Randy, thank you very
Sure.
much. And I don't know how you're gonna get the information that you need, but. Okay, then we are going to leave, work session 9A where it's at, and we're gonna go to 9B, information discussion regarding the Facilities and Land Management Department Capital Project Portfolio Update and review current projects, further priorities and funding considerations to ensure capital investments align with board goals and county needs.
Chairman, Board of Supervisors, first half of the slideshow is just what we're currently on, contracts that we've already cut. I'll keep it pretty brief. The time I want to spend is on the contracts or proposed projects that we'll be looking at to the future. So please, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to stop and answer them. This is the Globe Courthouse roof and HVAC replacement. This is the design portion. We've come to the conclusion of it, and with that, we're looking at a full replacement of the courthouse roof. Leaks, a lot of damage, a lot of infrastructure that's been pushed to the end of its useful life cycle. The next step, we're going to see that here in a moment, and that's going to be pushing out for contracting.
Question, are we changing any of the pitch to it, or are we just building a big swimming pool?
Great question, sir. So we are changing the pitch. We had the designers go specifically with one of those goals, and to prevent any pulling.
Thank you.
You bet. Facing TCM rally around the flags. We're moving forward with construction on that. The flags, or the poles themselves, are the longest lead item. We have ordered those, so we're going to be pretty excited to continue moving that forward. Once we have the flag poles established as far as the official delivery, that's when we'll have a better understanding of the official construction timeline. The Payson TCM acoustic improvements, we have finished that project. So all the acoustics have been installed as far as the paneling goes into the main BOS room, out in the lobby, and a couple of other smaller locations. We're going to be waiting over the next couple of weeks and assessing to see how that's going to affect it. So far, there's been some positive reviews, but we're giving it some time, and we have some other things up our sleeve if we need to.
Quick question. I was recently selected for jury duty in Payson. I went up there. They're doing some work in where they usually do their courts, so it was difficult the way they had to shift people around. That project you're in the middle of, how's it going?
It's complete.
It's complete. Okay,
Yes,
good
sir.
enough. I was just wondering because it was difficult for the court system to function the way they were. So I'm glad that's complete. Sorry for the interruption. If no one has any questions, let's go forward.
PVR solar panel installation. We had a change order to transition the design from the roof over onto the land next to the facility. We just got that signed, and we're going to be moving forward with that over the next couple of weeks. There's not a whole lot of work left on it, so we're pretty excited to get that one squared away.
He needs paint, Joseph.
We agree, sir. We'll be working on the paint next. PVR Community Center and ADA cabin design. We're at 50% completion. The design is going along really well. Essentially establishing a community center that's going to be connected to the Veterans Retreat main administrative facility. And then, of course, the ADA cabin being designed so that it can support wounded veterans.
Any
Globe Detention-
questions? Nope, going forward.
Globe Detention Center dirt work and fence clearing. We pushed it back, as far as the material goes, the hillside. We pushed it back roughly 8 to 10 feet and cleared it out. And now we're stepping into design phase and architectural for a long-term sustainable solution. More than likely some kind of retaining wall.
You're gonna use like those big stack blocks?
We're
Or are you
looking
gonna
at-
go with footers and stem wall and?
We're looking at that recommendation to see which one's gonna fit the location best.
Yeah, then if we use a crane, then we wouldn't have to tear fence and everything down to
Yes,
get
sir.
concrete and truck stuff in. Okay. Ask and answered. Thank you.
Globe Michelson renovation, the design has been completed with the city of Globe. Right now, we're coordinating with the city of Globe to work out some of the details, get on the same page and regroup a little bit. The design is very similar to what this board was represented quite a few months ago. What's been worked on over the past couple of months is basically cost engineering, reducing anywhere we can from a cost standpoint. We were sitting in the high 3 millions and it's been reduced down to the 2.9 as far as an estimate goes.
And funding?
That's going to be part of the meeting that we're going to be discussing with the city of Globe is the funding.
Thank you.
PVR generator installation, we're on the tail end of the bid procurement process. We're looking at selecting contractors. So hopefully over the next couple of weeks, we'll be bringing that before the Board of Supervisors for review of the cost proposal. PVR historic cabin electrical modernization, same thing. We're closing out the bid process for that, and hopefully over the next couple of weeks, we'll be able to present that to the Board of Supervisors for selection.
That's the ranger station.
This is where we're looking to hear the Board of Supervisors' feedback is proposed projects. Globe Courthouse electrical modernization. We've hit this one pretty hard, so I'll keep it light. This is just to let you know that we still have it on our radar. We've gone through multiple architects and engineer firms as far as an interview process and cost proposals. We finally hit one that we feel that is going to be able to give us what we need. Again, this is just to replace all electrical infrastructure within the courthouse. Courthouse elevator modernization, very similar with this one, or excuse me, on the last one, just one more note. Over the next couple of weeks, we'll have a cost proposal from that architect. Elevator modernization, we are looking at putting together a cost proposal. We anticipate that to be coming over the next couple of weeks. Again, this is the 2 elevators that are put into access points for the courthouse. Essentially replacing the hydraulics, the lines, the cabling system, and the elevators themselves, keeping the main shaft still intact. Globe Central Heights roof and HVAC replacement. This is one that continues to be a challenge for us. We have completed the design portion of this, but the leaks are continuing to worsen and also some of the damage that we have to continuously repair. So this is a project that we're looking for the supervisors to be able to move forward with this. We'll dust off the architectural and engineering design and be able to present that as far as getting a cost proposal. Yes, sir.
So we still don't own that building.
That's correct, Supervisor Klein. We're currently in negotiations and deeper conversations with the Miami School District. It's looking promising, but we're moving towards a process of trying to own it.
What else is, you finished?
Go ahead.
What other projects besides the roof and HVA replacement are needed on that building?
Anything that's going to be capital size is going to be the parking lot. The parking lot needs to be redone.
How many employees are housed there?
Chairman, currently there's approximately 80 employees out there, and at times in the past history, there's been up to about 90, 95 employees, depending on, especially with the health department, what grants they receive, what grants they haven't received.
Okay. Thank you.
Gila County Access Control upgrade. This is a legacy system. We've been plagued with an old system that is quite frankly falling apart on us. The system goes down frequently, goes down for long periods of time where we can't give access cards. There's other challenges with that. I'd be happy to discuss those on a more personal level versus putting it all, the security risk out into the public. But again, we have a contract cost proposal put together, and we should be bringing that before the Board of Supervisors if we're looking at replacing all of our systems. Originally, we were looking at $800,000, but we're able to whittle that down because we're transitioning and flashing a lot of the technology and the hardware, keeping existing versus completely replacing. There's a few places that we're looking at replacing, but we're gonna be looking at bringing that before the board. Well, Fairgrounds Improvements, Phase 2.0. This is another project. We have had a significant increase of utilization out at the fairgrounds. With that, we've more than tripled the utilization, and we still run into the same feedback from constituents and customers is the HVAC systems. There's no HVAC outside of just the swamp coolers. They're inadequate. We have heating systems that are inadequate. There's a lot of infrastructure challenges that come along with it. As a recap, if you recall, the 1.0 got us to a baseline with our electrical infrastructure. It made it safe for us to use the facility as it sits. But if we're looking at anything for an expansion, this is what we'd be looking at for that 2.0. Project Overwatch Phase 2. If you recall, Phase 1 hit all of our critical locations, such as our courthouse complexes, brought in new camera system with AI, new software. Where we were coming from was not only a legacy system, but there was probably 6 or 8 systems, different access, different technology. It was a huge mess. This is going to get rid of the leftover legacy systems. So a lot of our maintenance complexes up in Payson and in Globe, and some of our remote locations, our fuel sites, they still need to be upgraded. This is what this project will do, is upgrade that. We also broke out 2 different locations, some of our larger complexes, such as the PVVR location, estimated at $400,000, fairgrounds at $300,000. A note for the fairgrounds, that's a mobile setup. A lot of the infrastructure is spread out across that site. We're looking at a significantly higher cost, closer to $800,000 if we had to do a hardwire system. But this also leads into some of our operations. If you put a Ferris wheel up, you're not going to block a camera system because we're able to move that camera system around, and we can also use it for some of our other construction sites. So there's going to be alternative uses if that's something that we end up moving forward with. Completed projects. This is a pretty quick list. I'm assuming most of the team has read through that. So if there's any questions on the completed list, I'd be happy to hit those. With that, I'd be happy to take any other comments or questions.
Joseph, the only question I got is where are we at for money for all these projects?
So the completed projects, those all have been accounted for as far as the allocation. Some of the future projects, it's going to depend on the guidance from the Board of Supervisors. As far as these projects go, they are budgeted if the Board of Supervisors wanted to press forward with them.
Even like the $6 million for the fairgrounds?
Yes, sir. And then just keeping in mind, we have roughly 60 to 80 projects that we're looking for the future. So the larger the cost is for any of these projects, it's just going to push that list out potentially a little bit larger or longer, and might limit the capacity for this year. But we got a lot this year that we can fulfill.
So only I just have one more comment, Michael, and that's back on the school building. And my comment is, you know, we're looking at a big chunk of money to put into that. And I thought one of the reasons we bought this church over here was to mitigate some of that. And so all I'm going to say is that my opinion is before we stick $2 million into something, we really need to either own it or do something different.
Supervisor, you're absolutely correct. That is our plan. We're getting this cost proposals ready for the HVAC system, the roof replacement, and the parking lot replacement. At least we have those in hand to start the conversation with the Miami School District to let them know that we have these costs, and we really would like to own the building flat out before we spend this kind of money in there, because it makes better sense to look at alternatives to spend that money on. It's a large chunk of money, so you're absolutely right. We're hoping that we can gain ownership of that building, but if not, We have, we're gonna start looking at converting the church after we replace the roof and HVAC systems into other office space and we have some other open office space at the Copper Building, sort of all over the place. We're gonna take a look at consolidating that to see if we can accommodate moving out of that structure in Central Heights if they don't want to give us ownership, because $3 million is a lot to ask to repair that and not own the building. So that is it. And as far as the amount of money this year, if I'm not mistaken, Marion, correct me if I'm wrong, it's anywhere from 12 to 14 million in capital we have available for these projects for this year.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd have to agree that it's difficult to rationalize putting so much money into a building we don't own. But I feel we need to balance whether or not we'll ever abandon that facility. Is there anything coming up in the near or recently near future that might cause us to say we don't need this any longer? We're going to develop this property over here, and we could concentrate most of everything right here on this property and then abandon it. I don't want to spend $2 million on that to have it essentially obsolete in 5 years.
Yeah, right now, sir, to be honest with you, we are just starting those discussions. When we get an answer from the Miami School District, we will know sort of what direction. We'll come back in front of the board to present the options. And at that particular time, I think what we're going to do as a team is meet and talk about other options, as well as is it economically feasible and beneficial for us to keep that Central Heights location even if we don't own it. So, because the alternatives might cost more than $3 million as well. We just don't know, and we don't have those answers for you. And right now, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'd just like to say, years ago, I asked, when we were talking about property, if we could own the Central Heights building, and the board said, yeah, we'd like to know that. We never got an answer under past management. So now we're dealing with what past management didn't deal with that we are having to. So here we are. Okay. Any more questions for Joseph on 9B? Okay, we're good. Matt, the 220 day, I'd appreciate that, but like I say, I got another meeting. And so if we could just, I think the past, present, and future on the landfill is gonna take a little while. And so if we could maybe also postpone the work session for 9C. Do I need an approval on that, ladies? To table it? Okay, do I need a vote to table it? Let's take one. Okay, yeah, we didn't for Randy's other stuff too, so I mean, if I need to go back, I will. Huh? Okay, yeah, gentlemen, for time purposes, I would like to table 9C for another date. Could I have?
Mr. Chairman, now I'll make a motion that we table 9C at the present time.
I'll second it, I guess.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to table work session item 9C. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. It passed unanimous to table 9C. And we're going to go forward with work session item 9D. Matt, you changed.
Changing
How are you today?
I'm good, thank you.
Good.
Chairman, Board of Supervisors. I feel like we're moving from a board meeting into a documentary, so we'll try to make this a little quicker. Before Matt gets up here and gives his presentation, I just want to put a couple things in context for the board regarding that presentation. He's going to be going over what happened to cell 3A, and that's kind of what we all want to know is what happened to cell 3A. Why did it fill up significantly sooner than it actually should have? And there's several contributing factors, and a couple of things that I'd like the board to keep in mind when he's going through that is, even though there's several contributing factors, there are some things that were within operational control and some things that were not within operational control. And Matt's going to kind of go through that, but just kind of keep that in mind when he's going through it. The other thing I'd like for the board to keep in mind, if you could, is, and this is by no way of an excuse, it's just to provide a little bit of a historical perspective on the matter, but there is nobody on the management team today that was here when cell 3A came online. And that's really important to remember, because when a cell first opens up, it's at its largest floor plan. And that is when you have the most critical airspace. And as you work up on the landfill, as you go up on that cone, you get a smaller and smaller floor space. And your best chance for saving the landfill is when the cell first opens. If you go up and you've lost airspace and your floor space is shrunk, you never get that airspace back. You can't. So it's really important to just keep that in mind. The other thing I want to say is, even though we got a new management team, I think we've got some really great ideas. You know, we have Mike, who's the new landfill manager. He's on board now, and he's pretty smart. And if you don't believe me, you can ask him, because he tells me all the time how smart he is. But just kidding, Mike. But Mike has come with some great ideas. I mean, he's really come with a lot of energy, and he has some pretty creative ideas that he's bringing to the table, and it's really exciting to see this. I wish we would have had this a lot earlier than we do, but at least we have it now. I mean, he's got some ideas that are going to save us at least $200,000 to $300,000 a year at the landfills. One of the ideas he has is we need an industrial chipper, which we have put in a grant for. It's a expensive piece of equipment, but we put in a grant to get that. With that, he can shred all the green waste and use that as top cover. He can shred all the tires and use that as top cover for the landfill. And both of those items, by the way, we spend $200,000 to $300,000 a year having people take care of that stuff for us. And if we can do that in house and keep that money in, it's going to help us out. The other thing that I want to say, and he's only been there for 3 weeks, and he's already making a pretty big impact. But one of the other things that he came up with is, as you know, we're building 3B right now, and 3A is running out. And we were going to run out of space with 3A probably at late August, beginning of October. The problem is 3B is not going to be opened up until November. But Mike had actually drugged me out there his first week on the job and said, hey, I've got an idea that I can get us at least 3 more months of airspace now, and then another year after 3B is done. And so he ran it by me, and I'm like, well, you know what? You got to talk to the engineer. It sounds like it'll work, but meet with the engineer. And he met with the engineer, and they loved it, and we're actually implementing it. So now we've got some breathing room for 3B to get done that we didn't have before, thanks to Mike. So I think with his creativity and what he's bringing and his energy he's bringing to that, you won't have the problems in 3B that you had in 3A on the operational end of it. There are some things that we're going to need the board's support on. And one of those things is the correct equipment. And that's a big one. We lost a lot of airspace because we don't have the right size compactor out there. And Matt's going to go into detail about this a little bit, but the reason I'm bringing that up now is because on the next board meeting, we are bringing the correct compactor that we need for that landfill so that when 3B opens, we don't lose that critical airspace, because once it's gone, it's gone. So if we have the correct compactor when that opens, we can get 15 plus years out of cell 3B, okay? But we've got to start it off right, and we got to have the right equipment. So that's going to be on the next board meeting for you guys to approve as a lease to own on the correct size compactor. I want to say there's a lot of issues with the landfills, and we are getting on top of those, especially with myself. We are getting on top of those. That said, we don't have any ADEQ or environmental issues. All those have been under control. We've never really been in trouble with that with these landfills, and so from that perspective, we're good. But there are some significant deficiencies, and if you toured the landfills, I'm sure you're well aware of it. So I just want to say, and then I'm going to turn it over to Matt. I think we got the right management team here. I think we're going in a good direction, and I think the mistakes that were made on 3A, especially with the board's support on that, and with Mike being on board, you're not going to have a repeat of 3A with 3B. So with that, I'll turn it over to Matt. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Humphrey, Supervisor Christensen, Supervisor Klein. Thank you, Mr. White. With this, we realized that cell 3A reached the capacity sooner than what we anticipated, and sooner than what the board was promised. And we have some ideas. We went through and we figured out why that's the case. We've identified those, and we're in the process of making those corrections insofar as we're able to control the things that are within our control. The construction of cell 3A was completed in July 2023. I know you were promised that it would be a 9-year cell. Obviously, that's not the case. So with that, I'll just go through briefly the reasons why it filled up early. First of all, let me address the factors that are outside of our control. And I'm right here. So at the anticipated tonnage, the tonnage was projected to be 85 tons of trash per day. But in going back through the records, we're up from 92 to 110 tons per day. So it's quite a bit more than what we were expecting. Also, a significant portion of that was construction debris. The construction debris it doesn't compact as well as it should. And then also, again, beyond our control, when we were excavating, we found a perched aquifer. We had to raise the floor of the landfill to avoid that. Some of the other factors that factored into it are within our control, or could have been within our control. The first was the trash compaction rates. We're looking at anywhere from, our target is 1,100 to 1,200 pounds per cubic yard. If you'll go to the next page, it shows what the target is versus what the actual and compaction is. And so that on the left, the 1,200 pounds per cubic yard is our target. That's what we want to have to maximize our airspace. And so from 2023, we were at 748. 2024, we were at 740. In 2025, we were at 1032, and then in 2026, we dropped back down to 926. There's a few factors in that. One of that is the turnover we've had. We haven't had time to train our staff, and when we train the staff, they leave. So the turnover rate, the retention rate is adversely impacting our compaction. The other reason that we have for compaction is we don't have the equipment that we need to have for it. And so, as Mr. White alluded to, we'll be bringing back a lease to purchase for a larger compactor, for a heavier compactor, which will not have the repair costs that we've had. Over the past 3-4 years with the landfill, we've spent anywhere from $179,000 to $350,000 in repair costs for the landfill. When the equipment's down, it's being repaired, we can't use it to compact. So that's one of the other factors that was going into the lack of compaction that we had here. Also, the increase in tonnage, that's also a factor of why cell 3A filled up faster than what it was expected. When it was presented to the board, it was presented at 85 tons per day. However, going back through the tonnage, we had anywhere from 92 to 110, and that's showing on the expected versus the actual tonnage on the right side. The left side is just the tonnage that we received over the year, and then the right side is just the tonnage per day. We figure 320 or 302 days of operation for the landfill, and that was consistent across the board. So those are some of the main factors that for lack of a better term, doomed cell 3A for an early completion, or filling up early. So we've identified the factors. So what we're going to be doing moving forward to avoid the mistakes in 3B that were in 3A, we're going to be putting in a request for a larger compactor. And as Mr. White alluded to, it's a lease to purchase, which means that we won't be charged additional for going over the hours that we have. The compactors is probably the number one most important piece of equipment that we have in the landfills. We need to make sure that we have the right equipment for the job. Now, with the lease to purchase, if we go through and we get to the point where, as Mr. White alluded to, as it grows up, the footprint shrinks on the tipping area. So if we get to the point where the larger compactor doesn't have the space to do what it needs to do, we can return that to Empire. We don't know when that's going to be, but that is an option with the lease to purchase. We've also implemented a formal operations training program, and Mr. Wicks has implemented that with his staff. So any new landfill staff that we have coming on, we are going to be training them. This is why you need to get the compaction. This is what we need to have, and this is what you can do to help us reach that compaction that we're looking at. We're also working with the county manager on employee retention strategies, so we don't have to keep losing airspace as we're trying to retrain employees who are coming in. And then moving forward, I know one of the other issues is that you were all taken by surprise when Cell 3A, when you were informed Cell 3 was out of space. We will guarantee that that won't happen again. We will provide regular 6-month updates of the expected tonnage versus the actual tonnage. We'll provide targets, the compaction targets versus the actual target compactions. And we'll also provide an estimate of what we have as far as remaining airspace. I know that's a big issue, and we want to make sure that you're not taken by surprise again when Cell 3B is up and operational. One of the things that as we're working forward with Cell 3B, as we bring Cell 3B up to the level of where Cell 3A is now, we'll be able to expand that footprint again and add some additional time. So we're looking at maybe combining Cell 3A and Cell 3B as they reach the same level, maybe bringing in 12 to 16 months of additional airspace that we don't have right now, just because we don't have the footprint on Cell 3A.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Thanks, Matt. So far, I'm seeing that without this new equipment, the compactor, we're basically compacting down to and leaving 1/3 of our compaction as air.
That's correct.
Okay, and the turnover issues and the training have created a lot of expense, undue expense. And so, in my opinion, we can't we have to afford a new equipment. We have to afford the shredder. We have to afford those things. It will save us money and longevity.
It will, and it will also save space because we don't have to, with the compaction, we won't be having to train and retrain for the compaction, but also it will help with getting some of the area that we have now for green waste could potentially be used for landfill, for solid waste.
I'm really happy that we finally have a team put together that knows what they're doing. And I think that's been a problem in the past, so much that it's just ridiculous. We've wasted so much time and money because we didn't have the right people in the right place. So, thank you.
Supervisor Klein.
Matt, there's I get it. I see where that shredder is going to be important. That's good. And if we can get it with grant money, that's even better. It'll be a huge plus, be a huge cost. One thing I'm just going to throw out there, and I understand a larger compactor. I understand that. One thing that I know, dealing with some things here more recently, when it comes to machine costs, when you throw out numbers like a motor grader's costing this or your compactor's costing that, one thing we need to get on top of is how our shop charges rates and how that goes, because that is an issue. And so that needs to be dealt with, I think, so we really get the actual idea of what a machine costs. The other thing, when it comes to compaction, I see where that's really critical. There's no doubt in my mind. And there's no doubt in my mind that's been mismanaged for a while. The landfills have been. Landfills are very expensive. So when it comes to that, and it comes to the enterprise fund, because that's what's paying for all this, how are we with what we're doing, what we need to do, and the money in the enterprise fund that you have available? Are we still on track with that? That got Troy's attention really quick. Or are we gonna be in the future looking to have to subsidize that somehow?
Yeah, you know, I think we're looking good. I think if we get the equipment that we need and we implement some of the cost savings idea that Mike's bringing forward, I think we're going to be okay. I think especially for Russell Gulch. I do think there's going to be coming a discussion about Buckhead Mesa here pretty soon. We're going to be bringing that to the board in August, I believe, the later part of August. Right before I'm out of here. No, I'm just kidding. But no, later part of August. I think that you know we've got to make some decisions on Buckhead Mesa and where that's going based on the new information that we're learning from our design team and our environmentalists that are going on out there. So we plan on bringing that back in August. Russell Gulch looking good. I think we're going to be fine. I think we're going to implement some cost savings ideas. Buckhead Mesa is going good right now. We've got some things to fix that Mike's well on the way of fixing and correcting. But I think we're good numbers wise. It's just the expansion of Buckhead Mesa I think we're gonna have to talk about.
Thank you.
Troy, what about one compactor for 2 landfills?
Well, it's not a good idea. It's not going to work. So, you know, really where we're at with Buckhead Mesa, we're okay right now. Definitely with Russell Gulch opening up and we've got that full cell floor open and we don't want to waste any airspace. You know, it's critical when it first opens up. We will probably be looking at bringing to the board next year a possible another purchase for at least a purchase for another motor grader for Buckhead Mesa next year, after we have the discussion about the future of Buckhead Mesa. Okay, if that makes sense.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, Supervisor Klein, you good? Supervisor Christian, you good?
I am very good, thank you.
Okay. Staff, thank you very much for being very nice about the past landfill and the reasons for it not lasting. But in the back of mine, you know, it says, okay, for the decrease in estimated life expectancy is a result of 4 major factors. The footprint for the stage 3A expansion was reduced because of the metal building that was supposed to have been removed for the stage 3A expansion was not removed until just recently. Also, too, as far as management, Mr. Wicks, thank you for coming in, because a year and a half ago you could only get 2 cars in there at a time, and he helped us out then. So we did have management back then. It's just the management that we had was not, in my opinion, managing properly, because it cost us an awful lot of landfill space and a lot of problems with our landfill, because I got many calls daily of how non-functional our landfill was. So I'm extremely grateful for present staff and teamwork to put it together and get things rolling in the right direction. And now that that metal building's gone, perhaps we can use some of that in 3B, because then we can meet our anthill instead of working on an anthill. And so I want to thank staff more than you know for the teamwork, and we don't have to look at some of these issues going forward, like Central Heights building, landfill, things of that nature. I appreciate the teamwork very much. And so that's all I have. Thank you all very much for a long day and your presentations, but I think I am going to adjourn the meeting, and because I've got another one coming up shortly. You guys finished? Okay. Okay, meeting's adjourned. Thank you all very much for a long day.